Fabulous, everyone. As it always is, we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you for joining us, and bye-bye for now.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
A very good afternoon and welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. We have started the day off on an incredibly good note. We came around the corner heading towards a waterhole and we literally almost drove over this young male leopard. So we've started off absolutely phenomenally. Welcome to the show. My name is Eric and behind camera today we have Gert. And very, very lucky because, I mean, like I said, we literally just chose this road because we were heading down towards one of the waterholes, Prin Dams. There was reports of a herd of buffalo that were in the area, and we were lucky enough to find this leopard. And he's got a very, very pink nose, so we're not entirely sure. He's a young male. And this is where we might need some help from the viewers to try and identify him. So if you do have any questions or you would like to make any comments, specifically with regards to this male leopard or anything else throughout the drive, please do so using the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter and at FC on YouTube. And if you are a kid under 18, please do send your emails through to kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. You see he's up and moving. So he's quite a tall male. I've noticed that almost immediately. And one thing that he did do, so we drove past him and he was lying literally right on the road in some long grass, and it was quite difficult for us to spot him originally, but he got up and the first thing that he started to do when he settled down again was starting to lick a wound. Okay, so we're going to try and stick with him. It is quite a tricky area. He's heading towards that one tree. So if you're watching the show this morning, I had two goals: not to get lost, which we didn't, and to find my own leopard, which we've just done. And I suppose finding is a bit of a stretch because we just came around the corner and bumped him. But it's still very cool to find your own animals. So let's go in here. I'm sure with it being so hot all of a sudden, thank you everyone sending me good wishes for finding me a leopard. It's always just like I said, I mean, even though we did just bump it coming around the corner, it is just so satisfying, especially them being so secretive most of the time. Okay, so he is moving very nice and slowly. So he does have a wound, and it looks like it might be quite a small wound. It's on his right-hand side, on his close to his back leg, on his flank there. Okay, yeah, we'll get into a good position now. There we go. He's walking straight away from us. Okay. He's looking quite thin. Alright. So let's get a closer look at him. So whilst we get into a position where we'll get to see them nicely, I think let's go and see how the weather's looking for each of the reserves.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the other half of the Djuma feed. And my name is Lauren. I do have info on camera. And the sun is shining. Can you believe it? The skies are blue. Everything is alive. It feels great. There's a nice breeze, so it's not too hot. Sometimes I think I'm like plants, you know. I start to photosynthesize and I just come alive and grow when the sun is out. Yes, I do. What a fantastic start. Shasha, that makes sense. As soon as I heard young male in my ear, I thought Shasha. He's been around. Tristan had him in core Djuma. I mean, he walked through our camp. That's crazy. I mean, Shasha was always found on Chitwa, Little Gowrie, much further south, Vessels or Hoffman's. And he seems to have just taken a turn. And I mean, even during my last 6 weeks ago, he was starting to dip his toes into Djuma. We had him on Twin Dams Road, we had him on Weaver's Nest, and he was starting to explore, and it looks like he's just continued his exploration and headed all the way into central Djuma, which is amazing. He's more than welcome. Shasha. He's at a fantastic age as a young male leopard. Younger than Tabakuli, but similar situation, I guess, in that independent and nomadic and trying to figure out life. So my plans today are definitely to be on Chitwa, to check on the Nkuhumas. We didn't get round to that this morning. And to try and see if we can find Kuchava and her little cub. We're just a bit too late. We were really, really far away this morning. I wish too late. Good news, I'm starting to see a lot of butterflies. Okay, not a lot, but a handful. So everyone, especially you, James Richard, let's get our butterfly list started. We always create a list each year, or I do, of all the butterfly species that we see. So we start afresh. So if you're keen, everyone, you can get a list. It can be a physical list. I'm just going to give you some views of the Mulwati before we lose signal. It can be a piece of paper, or it can be, you know, on your phone, on the notes app, and we start noting down every single butterfly species that we see in 2021. So I'm going to head to the Wicks house, but we lose a little bit of signal before then. So as I do that, we're going to send you across to JP to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome to Bushwalk. At the moment we are staring at a small little area where porcupine has been digging. So my name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera we've got BK. So our plan for this afternoon is to start our walk from this area over here where we have a little Tambuti thicket, and then make our way to one of the smaller dams, spend some time there, and in the later afternoon go to one of the larger dams where we're likely to maybe find buffalo as well as elephant coming in for a drink. So just to come back onto this little dig that we find over here, quite often porcupine digs are confused with where aardvark has been digging. But what you'll notice is always that there's a narrow little V-shaped slit that has been created where a porcupine has been digging. They also have tiny little round claws compared to those large broad nails which a aardvark has, which it uses for creating small little exploratory digs and a number of other larger digs. So what porcupines are generally after is the roots, as well as corms and bulbs. We also quite often find that they will be feeding on the outer bark of a number of these Tambuti trees in this thicket that we find over here. And quite often they will also be responsible for totally ring barking those trees. I find it fascinating that they can actually feed on such toxic plants and have no side effects from all those toxins. Other than just feeding on a number of toxic plants, they also quite often feed on bones, a behavior that's known as osteophagy, and they specifically do that to obtain calcium as well as other minerals which is lacking inside their diet. Porcupines, for those of you who have joined us for the first time, is also quite an interesting little animal to look at in terms of their behavior.
They're purely nocturnal, and we see that they have a large amount of quills on their body to protect them against predators, and those quills are also white and black in coloration. And when they are confronted by a predator, they normally start shaking those. They also start making noises. They also will stamp their feet. And by rattling the quills and moving backwards towards the potential threat, the threat or prey animal predator will normally move off. However, if it's an inexperienced animal that hasn't had a confrontation with them, it might have a serious altercation with that porcupine when those quills get stuck in their skin and potentially even in the face or the eye, where it can set up that the animal can be blinded.
We're just repositioning again. He's walking straight across us, and here we go. He is walking through quite a thick area, unfortunately, so we get these moment views, and when he's stationary like this, sniffing in the bushes is probably when you'll see him best. And he's walking in no real specific direction or with any purpose, so I guess he's just wandering around, and for a young male leopard this is quite natural for him to be moving around at this time of day. You know, we mentioned, and if he turns, I don't know if he'll turn too much now, but yeah, it's just, I wonder what's in that bush. Oh, there's something. It's a scrub hare. Oh no, it's a genet. It's a genet. I think the genet might have run down a termite mound. He's trying to dig it out. I think the genet might have its lucky day. Jeez, I wonder how he knew that genet was there. He must have smelt it. Okay, so once we get around this termite mound, we will, yeah, there we go, there he is. No genet in his grasp, so I think the genet made it out alive. That was really cool. You don't get to see that too often. Okay, so he's walking through here, and like JP was saying, I mean, you know, these young male leopards might go after anything, so that genet would have been something that would have interested him, and even a porcupine he would have been curious with, and that's where he might get some injuries. And it's not uncommon to see young male leopards who are learning how to hunt and learning how to figure out things and how to catch and fend for themselves, with lots of porcupine quills around their faces, around their chests. And he's flicking like that to try and keep his or flies away from that open wound that we saw a bit earlier on. So as he moves through the bush, I think what we'll do is try and reposition and see if we can follow him.
We've made it to the Wig's house. Mrs. Wig is here, inviting us in for afternoon tea as always. Hello, Mrs. Wig. I always enjoy these afternoon teas with you. Always in the same place, the same position. I mean, I guess it's just like us. Every night we go to the same bed. And we sleep days for a long period. She's got really no. She gets a little bit more mobile at night time when she will eat veg. She'll defecate. But really, her role at the moment, for 30 days at least, is to just incubate and ensure the survival of her two little ones. I've got a longer stint this time round, so I do hope that I really manage to see these little chicks. Okay, we're going to try and sit here a little bit longer.
Alrighty guys, so Shasha's just gone through quite a big thicket, and the last place that we saw him, do you think we should try the road? Was heading straight towards the road, which is 20 meters in front of us. So we'll go there, and like I was saying, he's not really moving in one particular direction or with any purpose, so he could have changed direction, but a road seems like a good place for him to head towards. So I think that's exactly what we'll do. Alright, so we're almost on the road here. It's one of these things that when a leopard is moving through an area like this, you have to just try and relocate it as quickly as you can. Because, I mean, it only takes a couple of bushes for them to just disappear. And if you don't find them almost immediately after you lose them, they can sometimes be very difficult to try and figure out where they've gone. So my marker, there's on the right hand side, there's a big marula tree that he was walking past. Walking in this direction. So Gert's going to look left, I'll try and look right, and we can see, hopefully we find him again. We should. I mean, he's completely relaxed, he's moving slowly, and such a nice breeze this afternoon, so it's keeping him nice and cool. And he should still be moving. So Soraya, this is my fourth cat that I've seen since I've been here. Fourth leopard that I've seen, and it's 4 different leopards. And I've only been here for, I think, 3 days now, 3 or 4 days. So, yeah, I'm almost on a 100% strike rate, and I hope it continues right throughout my stay here. Just hope I develop more skill following them, and so I don't lose them like I just have. You can just see here, it's quite an impenetrable wall of bush willows, and it's quite tricky to get a vehicle, even a vehicle like Rusty, through here. What do you think, Gert? Maybe he might have crossed already. I mean, we're basically driving around the thicket that we lost him in. So we might just do a quick loop on the other side of the road. Sure. So like I was saying, I mean, it doesn't take much for a leopard to disappear. It just takes them moving in one direction and then to change it. So we're looking in one place where we last saw him heading, and he could have ducked off into a different area. But to the right of us is quite open, so I'd imagine that he probably wouldn't head too much into that way, just because leopards love being able to hide really effectively, and they might not be able to do so as effectively out in the open than he can here. Not far from another road, just on the other side there. But I might just find a way in from that marula tree, just assuming that he was walking roughly in the general direction that we last had him. Just do a loop around here. Another vehicle who's wanting to come and have a look, so I might just have to communicate to him and just let him know that I haven't seen him for the last 3 or 4 minutes. And with 2 of us around here, we're covering more ground, there's a better chance of us relocating him. Okay, so he's checking up ahead of us. We might as well just double back on ourselves and see. I mean, like I was saying, I would expect him to keep moving. But you never know with these leopards. A young male, he could be moving, he could be resting in the shade. Alright, so whilst we try and navigate through these thickets and try and see if we might be able to relocate Shasha, I think we'll send you across to JP and see what he's found on walk.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We're just looking at tiny little grass blades that are sticking through the soil. And with the rain that we've been experiencing, we're going to see more and more grass that's going to start popping out. I just find it amazing how quickly some grasses can grow. Some of the grass species that we have in Southern Africa can reach up to heights of almost 2 meters. And one of the areas where I used to work, there was a grass species by the name of yellow thatch, which we had in that area. And I always found it amazing. Within a few weeks, the grass has actually reached my head height, and I'm approximately 1.75 meters in height. And it made it incredibly difficult to walk in those areas. One of the things that I also have noticed is when the area has burnt and when fresh grasses like these start shooting out, a large number of animals are attracted to them because the quality of the food and nutrients inside those grasses are incredibly high. But as grasses become older and they lignify, they eventually sometimes become quite unpalatable. We also find a number of different grass species which is either very palatable to grazers and some species of grasses which is absolutely unpalatable to them. Some of the most palatable grasses that we have in South Africa is known as keelie grass or buffalo grass, and then another species of grass by the name of red grass. We generally find that these grasses grow at lower altitudes and that they're in areas which is frost-free, and animals love to feed on them, and they can almost feed on them all year round. Some of the grass species like yellow thatch as well as turpentine grasses tend to be only palatable for a short period of time when they start growing, but once they become lignified they actually become unpalatable. And to add to making it even more unpalatable in the case of turpentine grass, they pump themselves full of chemicals which has a turpentine-like odor, and is actually one of the very last grass species which animals will feed. And as we walked around in the bush over the last few weeks, we've noticed that they've barely still been touched, as animals are trying to avoid feeding on those grasses. Because of the level of that it's so unpalatable, it's also been used in the past for lining grain baskets to prevent rats from eating the grain that's inside those grain baskets. Grasses are absolutely important for animals in this environment, and this is what supports them throughout the year. It was actually quite scary to see the 2015 year when we had the major drought in the Lowveld, that there wasn't barely not a single grass blade left. When I came back from the Kalahari that same year, the Kalahari actually had more vegetation than that the Kruger National Park and surrounding areas had. It was also interesting to see that a number of grass-eating animals, such as both zebra as well as buffalo, were actually eventually forced to feed on the leaves of both mopani as well as red bush willows. It also just shows you to what extent animals will go to survive and purely going away from the normal form of diet.
Here we are. We are on an expedition. This is the expeditionary force. Behind me, we have seen Tlalamba. We are very excited.
It's day one of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition, and our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
It's either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with the cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops! Oof!
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
All right, so we've been here for in the region of 5-10 minutes or so. We haven't been able to relocate and find this young male leopard that we were following, unfortunately. I think this area was just too thick, and by the time that we had managed to get around the thicket to where I thought he was popping out, he could have changed direction completely. So there is another vehicle who is in this area still doing a loop. He's looking for tracks as we speak. So I think we might end up just moving away from this area. You know, there's always a chance of us returning back into this area a little bit later on. But yeah, look, we managed to find him. We had a reasonable view of him. We followed him, watched him chase that genet. So we had a good sighting, and we can always return back into this area. So as I drive, I think what we might do from here is head down towards Twin Dams again. We were there this morning, and we got reports of a really big herd of buffalo that were crossing back over onto Djuma. And in a day like today, it's nice and hot, so they probably were at the dam, they had a drink, they might have even settled down in that area, so it's quite a good place to start looking. That's exactly where we were heading off to before we got interrupted by this leopard. Oh, it was quite comical. I think both the leopard and Gert and I got as big a fright as each other, because as we came around the corner, he was literally right next to the road. He jumped, I almost jumped on Gert's lap. I got such a fright. Yeah, but unfortunately I think we have missed him. But it just goes to show, you know, when we get those special sightings of leopards up in a tree, or leopards moving where we get to follow them for a while, it just shows how special it is, because they do just disappear on vehicles, no matter how hard you try. I'll just take it nice and slowly as we're moving through and moving out of the area, just in case. So Amelia, other signs except for tracks, you know, I guess would be other animals. I mean, he could be calling himself, so we might be able to hear, and that's exactly why I decided to switch off and listen. But then things like other mammals alarm calling. So things like I was mentioning a little bit earlier, there's birds that will alarm call at the leopard, and then impalas tend to be the one that we, just because there's so many impala in the area, it's the species that sees more leopards just because there are more of them. So we hear impalas, we hear nyalas, kudus. All of these animals have developed alarm calls to not only warn their own species, but to warn other species that there is a threat in the area. And so if a rattling cisticola is calling and making an alarm call, a kudu is going to listen to that alarm call and just investigate to make sure that it isn't a threat to the kudu. So that's one purpose of the alarm call, and then another one is just to warn the leopard that its cover has been blown. And because they are such ambush predators, they rely on that element of surprise almost entirely. And so if an animal is telling the leopard that I can see you, then the leopard knows, okay, well, there's no chance of me making a successful hunt out of it. So they'll end up moving away, moving out of the area and trying to find something else. So what we've done is like a big V like this. So we've come down and then almost straight back up, and we saw him somewhere close to this V, and if he has changed direction, there's this band of russet, well, maybe not russet bush willows, but bush willows and terminalias up ahead that he could have been moving towards. We're actually very close to where we bumped into him first. Alright, so as we are slowly drifting out of this area, we'll send you across to JP, who's on bushwalk.
Welcome back to Bushwalk, and while Eric is out and about looking for his leopard, we are actually looking at a number of different plant species this afternoon as well. And the one that we have over here is known as a red spike fawn. It's one of two commonly growing spike fawn species within this area. If you have a look at it, it's got fairly smooth bark, and generally if we do see the tree growing as a mature tree, it has a number of different stems, which is some of the characteristics which separates it from the similar looking common spike fawn, which is single stemmed, has rough fissured bark, and we very seldom see these little red tip spines on a common spike fawn. When this plant starts flowering, it actually creates a beautiful little white flowers that has a very strong, sweet, aromatic aroma that it gives off. And it's also often those little flowers are used as an alternative for confetti at weddings, hence the Afrikaans name confetti spike fawn. It's also another way that this plant differs from common spike fawn, as the common spike fawn also has very unpleasant smelling flowers. So some of the interesting cultural as well as medicinal uses and practical applications to this tree is to use it for the treatment of snake bite, and it's believed that parts of this plant combined with the head of a snake mixed with fat and a number of other substances can cure snake bite. Once again, I would rather take caution and go and see a doctor. Some of the other things that we also find is that the high amount of tannin in these leaves actually can bind an upset stomach very rapidly. And a few days ago we were talking about how you can eat termites, but however termites also often have a large amount of formic acid in them, which upsets your tummy, and this then can be used to settle that upset tummy. Don't eat too much of it. That's my warning. Okay. And then something else we also noticed right over here on the plant is that there's a tiny little gall that's been created by an insect. I'm not sure which insect has created it. And this is where they will actually lay the egg inside the branch or inside of the leaf. And it will start developing abnormal growth because of a specific chemical that that insect has released there, combined with the egg that's been deposited inside there. And that will just create a safe area for the young of that insect to start growing inside, and then also have its first few meals inside there before it goes on into the next stage of its life. So one of the other practical applications for this, which was used in the Lowveld, is actually to stretch leather over the base of a drum. And those drum bases were often made from the softwood of a sycamore fig, which is actually one of my favorite trees. I actually wish we had them over here, and they generally are found along major large rivers and associated also with termite mounds that we often get them as well when they are away from rivers. It's also interestingly, the wood for that tree was used up to 5,000 years ago for the making of sarcophagi, and then they had gold as well as a number of jewels that was put on top of them to make them look smart, and then the pharaoh would be buried inside there and placed within the tomb. So there's a few questions that has come through from the audience, and one of those are from Harper. Harper, aged 9, has asked us, have I ever found a leopard on foot? And the answer is yes. Quite often we do bump leopards on foot, and quite often they move away very quickly from us, and all that you see is that little white tip of a tail as that it moves away from us. They too want to avoid any form of unnecessary conflict with us, and they will only pose a threat to you if you trap them, and they have no escape route.
All right, so our day is going stupendously. We've obviously bumped into that leopard, which was great, but the reason why we were heading to this area is to go and have a look for a herd of buffalo, which Gert actually pulled off a really good spot and has managed to find them in the distance, far away on the right-hand side there. So it might take a little bit of camera work from Gert for you to show them. At the moment, at this distance, they're looking like little black spots. And there are a few of them that are up and moving. Some of them are lying down still, but it does look like the majority of the herd is up and they're moving in the direction towards Treehouse Dam. So this is quite a big block. We're on one road, and I think the road looks like it might be on the view for now. But the good thing about buffaloes in weather like this is they are pretty predictable. So on a hot day like today, with the wind blowing the way that it is, so it's blowing from the buffalo or from the waterhole towards the buffalo, and it's a good way for them to move into the wind. They can smell the water, they can smell any threat that might be happening somewhere up ahead. And so that's probably where our next movement is going to be. So when we're done here, we'll loop around, and I think the best bet is just to go and sit at Treehouse Dam and wait for them to come to us instead of us off-roading and not necessarily getting as great a view in the bushes. The advantages are that's where we saw the red-breasted swallows this morning, so we might be able to see them collecting their little throughout the day. So it does look like they are slowly moving. I think, yeah, it does look like the majority of them are now up and walking. And so let's go towards the waterhole and see if we can see them drinking. All right, so I'm going to start up the vehicle. There's that herd of buffalo in the distance. We are going to head across towards the waterhole and Treehouse Dam, and we are going to see if we can just wait for these buffalo to come to us. It does look like it's a nice big herd of buffaloes, which is also one of my favorites. I got asked the question this morning, I think by Elizabeth, was asking me what's my favorite one of the big five, and I mean, it's a really tough question for me to answer. So my original answer was lions because of the social dynamics and the interactions between the different individuals in the pride. But then I love the striking beauty of leopards. They just, the moment you see a leopard, you just think, wow, that's like the most beautiful thing. But then being around a big herd of buffalo like this is always, you know, they're just such a powerful species, and to see them feeding around the vehicle where you just watching them and they're moving past the vehicle like that is always quite special to see. So we might see if we can set that up for us this afternoon. My tracking, I wish it was on point, but it's been more blind luck than anything, I guess. And sometimes it happens in the bush. Sometimes everything goes your way, and it seems like this afternoon it is. But I think there are a number of things that are helping us out. Number one, it's the weather. Because it's now hot, these animals have been resting. So I mean, they crossed into Djuma early this morning, and if it remained cool, these buffaloes could have crossed straight out if they wanted to carry on feeding. But as it started to get hotter throughout the day, they just decided to find a shady spot to rest up on. And then we definitely had a little bit of luck sprinkled over us when that leopard just appeared around the corner. It is one of the more satisfying things, especially when you put so much effort into finding an individual animal. When you've got the tracks and you work an area and you hear alarm calls and you might miss it by a few minutes sometimes. Sometimes you drive a block, it doesn't come out, and then you drive again and then you find that animal's tracks on top of your vehicle tracks. And it gets very frustrating, especially when you can't find it. But when those moments do come off, it is just such an awesome feeling. And tracking is something that humans have been doing for thousands of years. Okay, there's the back end of the buffalo herd somewhere here. I can see them. I think I'll just come around this corner and we should have a view of at least some of them. Yeah, here we go. This is going to be a good view. I'm just going to slowly creep past. There's one individual that's right next to the road. She's moving off now. Okay, here we go. So here we have them. This is at least part of the herd of buffalo. I don't think this is the part that we saw from a distance. We almost on the other side of the crest. So this buffalo herd has gone from, it stretches for probably a few hundred meters. And this is a species that thoroughly enjoys this time of year with the changing of the grass from this, I guess, not so nutritious brown grass to these green shoots coming through. And you'll see all of them, they'll have their heads very low down to the ground, and that's exactly what they're feeding on. And sometimes so if you look closely, what you'll see is her tongue, especially when she comes to longer blades of grass, as she uses her tongue almost like a weed eater or a brush cutter, and it just does a circular fashion and it scoops as much grass into her mouth as she possibly can. But look at her, she's going from green tuft to green tuft to green tuft, just thoroughly enjoying this new change. And it's brought on by the rain, but the sun is also just going to make things pop. And you can see, I mean, there we go. It picks up her head every now and again just to check to see if we're not a threat. And now that she's gone into that long tuft, she literally just almost pushed her way through it with her nose. And just focusing on that green grass. It's quite interesting. I mean, when we were up on the opposite crest, we saw the buffaloes heading down towards the waterhole, which is the opposite direction that they're heading towards. So I wonder if the herd might be splitting maybe they do a big loop and end up heading back down towards the water. And whilst we figure out what's going on with this herd, let's send you across to JP.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. I've been asked 2 questions by both Avery and Riley, and the 2 questions actually goes in hand. So I'm going to answer them simultaneously. Good afternoon, Avery and Riley, and welcome to the show. To answer your question, what is the best time to come and do walks? I prefer to do the majority of my walking actually in the early parts of the morning before it really gets warm. My second part of that answer is that I also prefer walking in the winter months. And then we find that the afternoons can be incredibly hot. However, if we've got multi-day trails, we don't really have a choice other than sometimes to walk in the later part of the afternoon, which is warm, to get to our specific areas. It actually doesn't really matter to me because I'm quite well adapted to heat. And I do also most of my training in the heat when I go running. So the second part of the question was, what is the number of people that can join on a walk? The number is basically, or the guideline or industry guideline is that where you are operating as a single guide, a maximum of 4 guests. When you're operating with more than 4 guests, you should always have a backup. However, I would recommend that you always work with a backup, even if you are walking with a small number of guests where possible. The reason is it just enhances the whole experience, as well as the safety and well-being of your guests there. The roles of backup and lead is also very different. The lead is responsible for leading the group and also for close-by observation of potential threats, and then for the majority of the interpretation. When it comes to the backup is responsible for distant observation of potential threats, as well as the group control and making sure that they're staying all together, as well as being on the lookout while the lead guide is busy interpreting a specific subject. I like to walk with leads and backup combination purely because if something does happen to the lead, there's always somebody else to lead the group out. So a few other things that I also would just like to mention with training for lead rifles as well as backup rifles. First, you need to go apprentice field guide qualification, and then you will go into a trails guide course. Once you've been qualified as apprentice field guide, then you can start trails guide, then you can start moving towards the backup qualification, where you have to have a certain amount of experience before you can move on to the next level. It's very important that you do get that necessary experience and not try and jump for hoops, because that experience which you gain is there to make sure that you can successfully one day lead a group in a wilderness area. So if you would like to come and join us on eco training courses, we do offer a Trails Guide course, which will take you through all the necessary steps to realize your dream to become a Trails Guide. As something else, also quite often what I do hear guides incorrectly referring to themselves as Trails Rangers. The word Trails Ranger was specifically used up to a few years ago to describe section rangers within the Kruger National Park, which was responsible for leading trails over a consecutive number of days. However, the correct term for us is a Trails Guide.
We are just slightly in a different position, watching these buffaloes move through this area. And as JP was saying, being a trails guide is special, and it gives you a different perspective on the bush and on the wilderness. And one of the more exciting and sometimes quite nerve-wracking animals to experience when you're on a bushwalk is these buffaloes, particularly that one on the left-hand side there. So that's a young buffalo bull, but there's going to get a time where he gets slightly older and he'll get pushed away from the herd. Sometimes that they'll even choose to leave a big herd like this just because there's too much competition. So like this next one, this one looks like a big boy. Look at him. Yeah, see, look at his boss. Look at, as he looks up at us, he's got a really big bust. His horns are nice and worn. They're still quite sharp though, so he's probably in his prime, I'd say. But as he starts to get older, he's going to leave the herd, and when they're by themselves, they are notoriously dangerous to encounter on foot. But I think that just makes it really exciting to be able to walk in and amongst these massive giants. And if you do it respectfully and safely, a lot of the time you walk away with an incredible experience. So in terms of tracking, I would say out of the high profile animals, these buffaloes, especially a big herd like this, is generally quite easy because there's just so many tracks and dung that you can follow. So Nathan, the buffalo herds vary in size quite a lot, and it's often seasonal, and it's often to do with the conditions in the area. So last year, pretty much the whole of the Kruger National Park experienced huge amounts of rain, which made the grass grow nice and long. So there was a whole bunch of food and resources for these buffaloes. And so they were quite happy to group together and move. When they're like this, they're pretty much indestructible. I mean, the only threat that they'll need to consider is lions. But if they work well together, so in a big group like this, you'll have these big family units and then big bulls that are scattered throughout the whole herd. And if they work well together, they can very often chase a big pride of lions away. And I guess that's one of the main reasons why you do find them in such big herds. And I'd be lying if I knew how many were in here, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's over 200-300. There have been reports within the Kruger National Park of somewhere between 1,000 to 2,000 buffaloes, which is quite rare. I think once they start losing condition, they're quite susceptible to dry seasons, because as soon as the grass starts to disappear, what tends to happen is they lose condition, and they lose condition quite quickly. So they tend to split off, and they might move in smaller groups, and that's when they might get picked off. So, I mean, I'm speaking from only I think it's like 2016-17, when we went through some really bad dry seasons and an extended drought. On Ngala, there was a pride of lions. I think in 1 month they killed 28 buffaloes. And they got to the point where the buffaloes were so weak they weren't able to put up that fight like they usually can. And so the lions would literally just trail these buffaloes for days and days and days and start picking off the ones that would fall further and further behind the herd. Luckily for buffaloes, like I mentioned, big rains this last season, and if we're already getting rains in the first week of October, it bodes quite well for the rest of the season. So we might be getting quite a lot of rain, so I'm sure these buffaloes will be doing quite well.
If you are a Wild Earth explorer, then we are excited to announce that there is another unique prize for you to win. Sign up to be an explorer before the 16th of October 2021, and you and a friend could be heading off to an eco-training ranger experience. This 2-night opportunity offers a living and learning adventure where you will combine seeing incredible nature with gaining knowledge on how animals live in the wild. You will approach dangerous game on foot, learn how to track, do some 4x4 driving, and have an exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team behind the scenes on the live show. After each action-packed day, you will relax around the campfire and listen to the nighttime choir of animal sounds before you drift off to sleep. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
I think sometimes you need just to listen So it's a kind of taking out all that other spirit and bring back wilderness and healthy. Bushwalk and trek and sign. I'm sure I'm good at that. I spend most of my time on the ground since I was a young boy, so I think I'm good with that. Actually, I'm not much nervous of any category. Just take it as it is. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure on what the judges are looking at. So chances are 50-50 on my side. I'm not... Obviously, when you go for a competition, you say you win.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
We are still with this herd of buffalo, and they are still coming. I mean, we must be, sure, I don't know, it must be over 200-300 for sure. And the majority of the herd, I mean, from when we first saw them, they've changed direction and gone in the opposite way. So we are, I guess, coming towards the back end of the herd, and they're not in any rush, but they are walking all in the same direction. So we've got a couple of young ones here who look quite nice and healthy. And one thing that we will keep a lookout for on a big herd of buffalo like this, and I know it's not too common in the Sabi sands, but these yellow-billed oxpeckers will often associate around a large herd of buffalo like this. Sure, you can hear the wind. It's starting to blow very, very strong. And these buffaloes, maybe I think that probably is what the big reason why they've decided to change direction, because when we were up on the opposite crest watching them head down towards the area of the waterhole, the wind was blowing in completely the opposite direction, and now it's done 180 degrees and it's now blowing away from the waterhole up into this area. So yeah, or the other way around, I guess. And so these buffaloes, like I mentioned, they really like to move in towards the wind, because they can use their powerful noses to smell anything that might be of potential threat. Jeremiah, it's a buffalo horn won't be able to grow back, and it's essentially a bone, a horn. So once it breaks off, it won't be able to regrow that point. And so I guess it might be able to, from the growth, it might grow to a certain extent, but it's not going to regain its shape like it would. But I don't think apart from really big old buffalo bulls who have worn their horns down and they've been broken off, I haven't seen too many buffaloes with missing horns completely. I actually remember when I was working at Phinda, there was a really, really big old buffalo who used to hang around one of the rivers called the Munyawana. And it literally lost both of his horns at the base of his skull. So it looked like he was literally just the boss was left. So both those big curves had disappeared and probably fallen off through countless fights with other males. It looked quite comical. It looked like one of those old school judge wigs that he was wearing. But that's the only time I've seen a buffalo missing both parts of its horn. So this is obviously a mother and youngster, just because they basically haven't left each other's sides. And so it's good to see quite a lot of youngsters within a herd like this at this time of year. And they don't have a very strict breeding season like an impala or a wildebeest will. But they do have peaks, and so they will give birth roughly at this time of year when things are lush and more nutritious, so the youngster can feed and get strong and healthy very quickly. So Austin, only 14 years old, and you've asked quite an interesting question. So predators, and if we speaking of like true predators, I can say, so lions, leopards, whatever, when they catch something, they won't necessarily target the horn for extra calcium. And I think they probably get quite a lot of it because they're feeding off the ends of smaller bones, so like at the very ends of the rib cage, where the bones are a bit more are a bit softer, and they're able to chew that off, because that horn is in a protective case of keratin. And so they wouldn't target a horn for
Okay. Welcome back on Bushwalk. We're still sitting at Leopard Dam, just enjoying the peace and quiet and the different calls of the birds. There's a few more questions that has come through from viewers. And the first question is, do we find Egyptian geese throughout Africa? We do find them out through most of Africa. However, they have originally become extinct in some parts. Recently, I was also told that they actually have been reintroduced in small numbers back into Egypt, where they actually were originally extinct. However, I will have to do a little bit more research to confirm that for you. And then the second question actually comes from BK, our cameraman. He asked, what is the difference between a ranger as well as a guide? To answer that, a ranger is responsible for conservation work, and that might be on a large conservation area, a very small conservation area, and it might be as complex as doing research or as basic as doing foot patrols and fixing fences. It also includes a wide range of other tasks. And we do need rangers out there because the work that they perform is essential to ensuring the well-being of wildlife throughout Africa. Then when it comes to guides, our role and responsibility is very different to that of rangers, although some guides incorrectly refer to themselves as rangers, which they are not. And the difference is that we are mostly focused on people and the interpretation of the environment. We too have an incredibly important role in terms of conservation and making people aware of what is going on in wildlife and creating an appreciation of wilderness areas. So then there was the next question was, how do guides actually differ? And we actually get a number of different guiding disciplines, and they might range right through from tour guides, which is mostly focused on culture, then adventure guides, which does a number of different adventure guiding qualification activities, such as mountain biking, hiking, climbing. And then we have nature guides, which is mostly responsible for interpreting a natural environment. We also find that guides can be qualified in both as a site guide, which is a very small area or a number of different sites, or on a provincial level, or they can operate on a national level, depending on how highly qualified they are. To become a guide, you also need to be qualified, and you can do that qualification to become a nature guide through eco training. And we do offer a number of different courses, which is from shorter 55 days courses right through to a full comprehensive year-round course. Once you become qualified and as a guide and any other guiding discipline, you can now take your qualification combined with your driver's license, if you've obtained a public driver's permit, and a first aid qualification to go and register with the National Department of Tourism, as it's illegal to guide without a qualification and without being registered. And just to make it aware that there's a heavy penalty if you are caught guiding without a qualification in South Africa. For those of you that are interested in becoming guides, you can also come and visit our website. And for those that are planning to maybe pursue a different line of guiding, either adventure or culture, there's a number of different companies that assist with the training of those specific disciplines. Guiding is absolutely one of the most rewarding lifestyles and working opportunities that you can pursue. So if that is your passion, come and give us a visit. We're just going to stick around here a little bit longer. We just had a technical difficulty with Djuma, as we've just lost him. We might just quickly sit and look at what our little grebe is up to on the pond. I just want to see if BK has actually got a view on him. Okay, have you managed to actually locate him? He's just dived over here, unfortunately. We'll see if he's going to pop up very soon. A little grebe's Afrikaans name is Dobbertjie, as it floats very high in the water. And you'll see that he pops out like a little cork every time that he resubmerges. And one of the strategies is to have a lot of preen gland oil on those feathers to make him as buoyant as possible, compared to birds that would like to dive more effectively that have a lack of preen gland oil in their feathers, so that the water can actually absorb into their feathers and that they become heavier and can dive more effectively. Some of those species are species such as cormorants and darters. What we also find quite often with a lot of the bird species that dive for food, like the grebes, cormorants and darters, is that their feet is actually very set back very far, so that they can more effectively propel themselves through the water. We also find that they've got a wide range of different bill structures, which is adapted to the specific food requirements that they have. And they might be spear-like, like an African darter, that they can stab their prey, or hooks, like in the cormorant, so that it can grab the fish during underwater pursuit.
I wish you were here in person to see it. It's quite insane to see how many buffaloes there are here. I mean, I wish I'd tried to start counting from when I'd seen it, but just seems endless. And there are now a couple of buffalo that are moving around the back of the vehicle. There's even a few that are lying down, and I mean, I guess it's just fed enough. It doesn't necessarily feel like it's going to fall too far behind the herd because they're moving nice and slowly. So it's just decided to take a quick little rest. So, there's one buffalo here. I don't know if it's a leaf, but there's a bright red spot on its horn. Yeah, it looks like the surface of the horn has been rubbed off. It's just like a surface wound. I'm sure it's not too affected by it. It's a female, so they don't have that protective boss and I guess it was rubbing up against something, and it might have just rubbed too intensively and just scraped the top layer of her scalp off. It's quite remarkable to see, because I mean they are moving really slowly like this now, so humans on foot will quite happily keep up with them, but if they decide to move, I don't think there's any chance. When they put their heads down and they almost walk in single file, I don't think there's any chance of humans keeping up with them and catching them to begin with. So they're almost finished. Once we got the last bit of the buffalo herd, I think we might move on from here. And so I was just saying that it must be coming to the end of the herd. I've been saying that for quite a while now, but it really does feel like there are closer to 400 or 500 buffaloes within this herd here. Sure. So there is one that's coming, and I'm sure we'll see it shortly. It's an old buffalo, and it looks like she's got a really old wound on the side of her flank there. Yeah, jeepers. And it looks like it's an old cut. Sure, and I think it's even it's a young yellow-billed oxpecker that's feeding and aggravating that wound. Sure, so it's coming into quite clear view now, so we'll see it, and you can see that wound. I mean, it's not a sight for the faint-hearted, but it is. I mean, it's and the reason why I say it's old is because it's starting to heal up on the edges of the wound, so it's fused together and formed a scar, and that was just too wide to heal properly and to fuse together. But look what that bird is doing, hey? It's got its head inside the wound, and it's feeding and aggravating that flesh, and it's just trying to get some blood flow. You see how it was reacting to that buffalo. So, I mean, if it gets sore and it gets irritating, that buffalo is going to flick at it and try and get it away from that open wound. But that oxpecker's goal is to just keep that blood flow going, so she's able to drink. And I mean, that's the main source of food and nutrition from these oxpeckers. So when they're sitting on buffaloes like this, or any other animal, you know, we often say that they'll target the ticks, and they target them for a very specific reason, because the ticks hold the blood. So these oxpeckers can't inject their beaks into a thick buffalo hide like that, so they rely on those oxpeckers and other parasites. I mean the ticks and that to feed on the blood. It's a tough old girl to have gone through something like that. I mean, it's very hard, especially because it's so old, to figure out what had happened, but you can almost guess that it would be lions. So like I said, we're at the end of this buffalo herd. They're moving past us now, and once they go past, we'll keep moving. So I think we'll send you across to Lauren and see what she's up to.
Not up to very much. I am just back out again, everybody. I had to go to camp. Oh, yes! With some gremlins. But it looks like I chose the right road to come. This makes up for the gremlin attack. Hello, guys! I'm just gonna now slow my speed, because although I can see them, I don't also know what's on either side. I'm never going to get to the Inkahumas now between the elephants and the gremlins, am I? Now, they're walking along the road. You can all see that. So what I'm going to do is now pull over. You should never block an elephant's path. So I'm now going to bump up to the side. and let them have the road. What perfect timing was that? Hello, guys. I think I'm just going to go a little bit quiet so you can hear them all walking past, the sound of them. Beautiful animals. Wow. Just gonna keep talking a little bit so I'm not completely startled. Oh, you're gonna feed right in front of us, or are you gonna go the other way around? Okay. You want to go on this side. That shows you they're relaxed, and I gave them the right of way. Hi guys, are you going to Gowrie Dam? That's okay. Turn around, there's a female feeding behind Imbo. It's okay, she's just feeding. I'll keep my eye on her. What a relaxed, lovely herd. I saw that lady. Lisa, you're saying a day with elephants is a day made. Sorry, I was just keeping my eye on the female behind him, but she's walking away now. Absolutely. Maybe that's why the gremlins attacked, so they could redirect me. So I go back to camping and I come back out again and get this magical sighting. Hello, yes. How are you? You're wow, okay. That was so magical. I haven't had that in a really long time. Now if you think about it, we've pulled off, so this road is completely accessible. If those elephants were not happy, they would never have walked past the vehicle. They would never have ever come with that sort of close proximity right past the vehicle. They looked at us, but really there was no adverse reaction. Now I think they're enough away from me to do my U-turn now. And I think they are heading to Gowrie Dam. So if you are watching the dam cam, you should see them come up from Twin Dams Road. Really special. I'm hearing a lot of beeping in my ear. I'm not sure if it's a jammed key or if I'm missing something. Okay, we're gonna try and follow these elephants and hopefully they go to the dam.
I turned to Shaw and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, two to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
We finally got to the end of the buffalo herd. I think it only took about almost probably 30 minutes or so. And now we are heading down towards that waterhole. It looks like, along the road here, so there's two roads that are very close together, and back at that junction it looks like this is where the buffalo herd have come from. So we're probably at that waterhole sometime this morning, and we caught them just after they're moving away from the water. And so, after that herd, you never know, there could have been a whole bunch of activity that's come down at that to see it. I was saying now, there are one or two in the southeast. There's some quite big clouds that are building up. Nothing too ominous or serious yet, but Gert and I were both saying it's one of the things that remind us of summer, especially here in the Lowveld, are these massive big cumulonimbus clouds that tower above us and make any ranger shake in their boots on an afternoon game drive when they see those big clouds. It's one hell of an adventure when you get stuck out here and it starts bucketing down. It makes the drive home very, very exciting. You have to get back as quickly as we can, and sometimes it's accompanied with thunder and lightning. And the majority, you see that, there's drongos mobbing an owl. That owl's holding tight. It looks like it's a pearl-spotted owlet. Yeah, it is. Yeah, see it hopping around there. You might just be able to hear. Yeah, the drongos aren't very happy about it. An owlet, as small as it is still a predatory bird, so they do target different bird species sometimes. Can't see the owl. Okay, did you see where it landed? No. This terminalia? I see it now. Okay. Okay. Come back a little bit. I'll come back. See, it's flying. I think that might be, and getting chased by those drongos. Yeah, so like I was saying, the owl's a predatory bird, so these drongos want it out of their area. They don't want the risk of an owl. A drongo is bigger than it, so an owl wouldn't necessarily target a drongo, but you never know. And these drongos, I think I was saying this morning, they're notorious for targeting raptors. So the biggest raptors in the area you'll often see get chased away. See, so look, it does look like the herd is split off a bit. We're just bumping into buffaloes all day long. I love it. And we were saying that some of the herd was moving down towards the waterhole when we initially saw them, and we thought that they had all changed direction, but it might just be a split in the herd, which is also quite natural. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's quite faint, but there's a whistle. It's actually the drongo that's mimicking the owlet behind us. Sure. Carson, the biggest buffalo herd that I have ever seen, I don't want to over-exaggerate. It was in 2017. We were on a road trip in Botswana. We went camping in some of the national parks, and we went to a place called Savuti National Park. And they've got these beautiful flat open grasslands, and we were driving there once. And we came around the corner, and there was literally, it was just black. The grassland was just pitch black. And I think we estimated there to be over, like I said, I don't want to over-exaggerate, but I think we walked away happy with 2,000 buffalo. So there could have been a bit more, there could have been a bit less. I mean, it's very difficult, especially when they're moving, to get an accurate count. So around about 2,000, I'd say, is my biggest herd of buffalo I've ever seen. And that was quite exceptional. I mean, and sometimes when these big herds of buffalo start moving towards a waterhole, especially in the drier seasons, you can actually see the cloud of dust as they all start moving in the same direction. It's literally just, it looks like a dust storm that's descending down on these large waterholes sometimes. Yeah, and like I mentioned a bit earlier on, the buffalo population in the Greater Kruger National Park area did take a bit of a knock in 2016, 17, 18, and then it started to regroup and get bigger and stronger. So seeing those young, healthy calves is actually quite a good sign. And you never know, in the next 2 or 3 years, if we keep getting these good rains, then we should be able to see those numbers back up there. I think in the Kruger, close to 1,000 buffalo would probably be my biggest herd. Yeah. And I do think that we've spent a considerable time with these buffaloes, and although these ones are still here, they're not moving around too much. Sure. Craig, I actually don't know the exact age that a buffalo calf will start feeding. It's something that I can maybe check up on. But it does seem to be quite early on in their lives. You know, they will tend to walk around and suckle for the most part, at least for their first month, and then I'll have to double check the age, but I wouldn't be surprised from 2 or 3 months they'll start phasing into feeding grass. There's another bird that's quite a special one. It's a Coqui Franklin that I've just heard calling somewhere up ahead. But like I was saying, you know, we have spent a considerable amount of time with this herd of buffalo, and this one split off, not doing anything too different to the other herd that we were with. You know, it almost looks like their direction is also changing, so they might go and link up with the back end of the bigger herd. So I'm going to carry on. I think, like I say, we've had a really good view of these buffaloes. We've watched them for a while. We've seen them move past the vehicle. So let's keep going and see what else we can find for the afternoon. And just before we got interrupted by the buffalo and the owl, I was saying these storms that the Lowveld experiences at this time of year are quite phenomenal. And they'll often happen like within an instant. So you'll go out and it looks like you're not going to get any rain, and the moment you've gone the furthest away from the lodge, you just see this dark wall of cloud coming towards you. And I've been caught out once or twice in some pretty severe storms, some when there's hail. And and I mean, most of the lodges, I think all of the lodges will have ponchos on the vehicle at this time of year. You put the poncho on and the torrential rain comes and it's effective for about 2 minutes, and then the rain starts coming in. So everyone arrives back sopping wet, soaking, and very often laughing because it's just been such a fun time racing around the reserve trying to get back to the lodge. There's been times where because you're driving quite quickly, obviously you want to get out of there as quickly as you can, and you going fast and the wind is pumping and the rain almost seems like it's coming horizontal, so the guide struggles to see sometimes. If they don't have glasses on, they will get this like horizontal rain in their face. So the Koki Franklin still calling. It's too far into the bush for us to try and see it, unfortunately. So when they're calling like this, they will find themselves a termite mound and call from the top of it, but we're just a bit too far away to be able to see it nicely. So I think going down towards that waterhole that's close by is a good option for us today. Helen, migrant birds from Europe. I think, I haven't seen any here yet within Djuma itself, but some of the waders. So I've seen common sandpiper. As far as I know, that's a Palearctic migrant, so it crosses the ocean in North Africa. Then there's common green shank that we've seen. Yeah, there must be a few others. I know all the way down in the Cape, it's one of the rarities that pop up every now and again. A pectoral sandpiper was found. It's one that quite a few birders are after. It's one that I haven't seen yet to add to my Southern African list, so I'd love to see that this season. So yeah, what have I seen? Common green shank. I've seen marsh sandpiper as well. That was all the way up in the northern part of the Kruger. I have seen common sandpiper. Yeah, I think that's it for now. So I think some of the bigger birds will take their time. I know the European rollers are on their way down still. European bee-eater, I think they must be here by now. I haven't seen them though. Yeah, so they're slowly but surely trickling through. It shouldn't be too long until they arrive. Alright, as we make our way towards a waterhole, let's head across to a different waterhole and see what Lauren's got.
We had a lovely male giraffe drinking at Twin Dams just now, but to be honest, the visual is now horrendous. So let's see if we can just move a little bit, Impo. I don't want to put Impo facing the sun. Ah, there you are, giraffe. The elephants went deep into that drainage. They might have popped out on the dam cam now, I don't know, but they were feeding. They were feeding in that drainage. Can you work with this, Impo? That famous drainage where, oh my goodness, Tingana loves it in there. Hosanna used to love it in there, and Miss Tlalamba loves it in there. The drainage of the Mulwati. They all went down there. But now we've got the next biggest thing out here. Yes, you're just as marvellous as an elephant. Yes. Don't worry. And wasn't that incredible, the sighting I had yesterday of the 4 giraffes, 2 pairs of boys that were practicing their necking skills. And Picky, you actually sent me a video of an absolutely horrendous sighting where 2 giraffes really are fighting. It's the real deal. And one swings its neck and manages to hook up the other giraffe's leg. And this is what I was saying yesterday. They don't really kick, but the minute they go off balance and they're on the ground, it's game over. It's really difficult for them to get back up again. And the one that was on the ground tried to get up and got whacked in the face. And I think it looks like he got knocked out a little bit. But thanks for sharing that in a way. I was disturbed, but I also really appreciated it. And that's why they don't kick if they can help it. The power is in their neck. Look at the neck. Look at the muscles there. They've got special muscles and all sorts of joints holding that neck upright. It's very powerful. So therefore, when it does come to fighting, they're not going to use their weakest part. They're going to use their strongest part. And obviously the strongest part is the neck when it comes to being a giraffe. They have got strong legs, of course. I'm not saying they haven't. It's just not a strong point of theirs because it leaves them a little bit unbalanced. And then naturally, they're going to fall. And I mean, that hump in the back. You see how there's a hump? It looks quite camel-like. Oh, now you hang behind a bush. Well, if you look at the base of the neck, there's sort of like a hump. That's actually a ligament, and it's called a nuchal ligament. And that's pulling the neck upwards, so sort of holding it in place in an upright position. But naturally, that has to be balanced underneath. And from the chin all the way down to the breastbone is seriously powerful muscle, all held together by that nuchal ligament. Naturally, it takes a weight off. It's a sort of system of anchoring muscles, if you like. All the way down the front of the chest are anchored in to give the giraffe support. And talking of birds, I actually haven't seen any new arrivals yet, but I've also not been looking. Let's move, Paul. I thought I heard the African cuckoo the other day. I thought I heard that. I'm pretty sure I did. Haven't seen any of the European birds yet. It's quite early, but definitely some have arrived. And obviously Tristan heard Wahlbergs. I haven't seen one, but I can't wait until I see my 2 pairs that I follow. And that Wahlberg's Nest on Wahlberg's Nest Road, very original. Hello, boy. Oh, don't worry. It's very damaged. So they will come back to that area, but they're going to have to repair the whole nest again. It's completely gone. They're not going to be able to just, maintain it a little bit. It's gone. But the one in the Mulwati is still there. So it will need a little bit of maintenance and touch-up, but it's still there. Faith, you're saying it's so cool how dark it is in its body but light in its face. It's a particularly dark one, this boy. Giraffes are not the same across the board. They're actually quite different in coloration. And this is a particularly dark one. So that's why the contrast is very obvious between the face. I see where you're going with that. It's okay. I know you keep looking at us. We just want to admire you. Impo, if you just go down a little bit, you see there's a hump on the back, and then look at the muscles in the breastbone and the chest. You see that? Wow, where the oxpecker is, that is some seriously powerful muscle right there. And the muscle runs all the way up the neck. I mean, it has to hold the neck up. That neck technically defies gravity, really. There has to be something in place that's going to hold it together. You're not very happy with us, are you? Okay, we are slowly going to head towards Chitwa and eventually get to where we want to be.
we're just admiring this male giraffe who's walked off into the distance there. And he's also keeping his eye on us. Of course, he can see us perfectly. Height advantage. It's a little bit windy, but there are some lovely bird calls around. We're near a water point and we're near a dry river system. So as this male walks off, we're just going to sit and listen for a moment to all the lovely bird calls. Isn't this magical? Long distance visual of a giraffe and all the sounds of the birds.
We've made it to the waterhole that we set our sights on for the afternoon eventually. And apart from this hippo, who was here this morning, there's not much else. You might be able to hear the distant cry of the Koki Franklin calling, but otherwise quite quiet for a waterhole at this time of day. The only thing here is there's Egyptian goose on the very end of the waterhole. But no, nothing else. We've only just arrived, I guess, so I think it's worth just spending a few minutes around here to see if there is anything that might decide to come. Yeah, there's those oxpeckers. And they're more than likely the oxpeckers that were on that herd of buffalo that we were just with. And them flying away might be returning back to their roosting site. Yeah, there are lots of birds calling. I mean, we've heard that Koki Franklin, there's a Swainson spurfowl, fork-tailed drongos around. Grey go-away bird, obvious. And no sign of the red-breasted swallows that we saw this morning. Harrison, my most memorable bird sighting, I think of recent times, seeing a greater frigate bird in the Kruger National Park was quite absurd, because it's an oceanic bird, and I mean the ocean's at least 100, 200 kilometers away from here. So it got blown in that very big cyclone that hit the coast of Mozambique at the end of January. So that's something that stands out. And then I'll never ever forget seeing a shoebill when we went to Uganda in 2018. And it was pretty much one of the last days, and we were there specifically to look for the shoebill. And we were watching this thing for probably about, must have been close to an hour or so. And I'll never forget it catching a lungfish, which is like a type of barbel, and caught it. And within 2 seconds it had swallowed the fish whole. So that stands out, I guess, as some of my most memorable bird sightings. Yeah, we have been very fortunate, Ames and I, to travel and see quite a lot of Africa, and when we do so, we always love birding. It's not necessarily our primary focus of the trip. I think just exploring new areas and seeing the continent is just something that we both love to do. And then when we see these really awesome birds, it's obviously a bonus. Let's see how long this hippo is going to hold its breath for. Jasmine, you're asking why oxpeckers are called oxpeckers. And I mean, I guess, you know, if you look at a herd of buffalo, you can pretty much call them well, they look very similar to ox, and that's where you see lots of oxpeckers. So I guess they just put 2 and 2 together. Yeah, there's no real other reason I can think of. You know, when they are on an animal, they do look like they're pecking at the ticks and the parasites. So that's where the pecker part of their name came from. And then I guess oxes, because ox and buffalo look very similar, so I guess that's where they got their name. It's one of the most important, especially if you're a guide and you're a trails guide walking. It's by far the most important bird call that you need to know. And they've got a few different calls, but it's usually just like a tick tick. And that's usually when they are either flying overhead or when they're swooping down onto a specific mammal. And if it's a buffalo up ahead of you and you hear that oxpecker coming down, it will often allow you to spot the buffalo before you normally would. It's turned out to be such a fantastic afternoon. I mean, such a nice temperature. It's not too hot. This wind has been keeping the temperature down. The sun's out. Always happy when the sun's out. Just surprised that there's not too many mammals around this waterhole. So we might end up moving on if nothing happens from here. And I guess, sure, maybe start heading slightly more west. Yeah, I mean, it might be worth us making a big loop and heading back into the area where we last saw Shasha a little bit earlier. So I think that might be our plan, and see if we can re-find him.
Sea Forest is a brand new experience on the WildEarth channel. Freedivers will explore the great African sea forest in Cape Town, while naturalists explain what we are seeing.
Like trees in a forest, these kelp provide food and shelter for many, many species.
Magical encounters with shy marine life, crustaceans, seals, and so much more will all bring a window of calm into an otherwise chaotic world.
Here at the Advanced Rifle Handling Challenge, which is actually lots of challenges in one to gauge the contestants' skills at different distances and different speeds. This is probably the challenge that the contestants are the most nervous about. So let's get them locked and loaded. Are now doing the Hades halt, where they have to run back and forth to a target, turn, take aim, and shoot. And this simulates a chase in a real environment and gets the heart pumping and the blood pressure up. James gave us a demonstration, and the skill involved in this exercise is remarkable.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
The Bushhawk feed allows the camera person some creative license. This is my favorite style of shooting. You have to be mentally and physically prepared. You're shooting handheld in some very strange and contorted positions, always with a straight back, often in the squat position, low to the ground. The creativity comes down to the relationship and sync you have with your presenter. The more you understand each other, the more you'll be able to tell the story seamlessly.
Okay, so this is a really nice time of day to be driving around with the sun dropping down, and I mean, I'm experiencing it, and I think to a lesser extent you'll probably also. I mean, if you try and look into the bush now, it is quite challenging. Because the sun is so low and it's right in our faces, we can't see anything that's in the bushes up ahead of us. And so, I mean, even from now, especially because it's nice and cool, we could get predators that are starting to move around. And so it's always good to look out from early on in the evening, especially predators like that young male leopard we were with a little bit earlier on. Yeah, so we are meandering our way back into the area of where we last saw Shasha, and whilst we get there, let's send you across to JP.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We decided to go to Ndlovu Dam and go and sit and wait for some animals to come and drink. It's a little bit quiet this afternoon, and this generally tends to be a more productive dam in the later parts of the afternoon. And meanwhile, we're washing some Cape turtle doves. And you can identify them fairly easy by the narrow black collar around their neck and the black eye color, compared to the larger red-eyed dove, which has got a red eye and a larger, broader collar around the neck. They also tend to be slightly more bulky in appearance. When it comes to drinking, we often will watch doves at waterholes sitting up in trees for quite a while to make sure that it's entirely safe before they come down. And once they fly down, we'll start moving towards the water's edge. And one of the strategies that they have is to actually suck up water, like as if they're drinking through a straw, unlike most other bird species, which will have to tilt their heads back to swallow the water. We also see, just like with animals, water when it comes to water, a number of different species tend to be water independent or entirely water dependent. And often water dependent species for us are quite great indicators out here how to find water if you are lost or if you are in need to find water or a riverine area which you would like to go and explore. So when it comes back to the different species of birds, quite often we find with desert dwelling bird species which predominantly feeds on insects that they will gain a sufficient amount of moisture from their food. However, if you are a grain eater, you do need quite a large amount of water to provide to your young. One of the bird species that we also have over here, which is a double-banded sandgrass, which is one of the sandgrass species which will come and drink just before the sun rises and just after that the sun sets. And they've got a very unique adaptation how they will transport water to their young, and that's simply by soaking up water into the chest or belly feathers. And those feathers are especially well developed in male sandgrass. Well, we're going to sit here a little bit longer, and hopefully in the next few minutes we'll be able to get a nice little sunset, as it's almost the first evening with the sky entirely cloud-free. But while we wait for our sunset, let's go and see what Lauren is up to.
Sorry, bad timing. I am on Chitwa. No Nkuhumas, no buffalo. I can't believe it. We're struggling technical-wise today. I'm afraid my game drive's also not working very well, and we're out a little bit later. So I don't quite know the update on where the Nkuhumas are or where they've got to, but they're no longer there anymore, which is a little bit disappointing. You see there, Impo, at about 9 o'clock, there's a brown-hooded kingfisher on the greenery on the embankment. You see that? There we go, in sync on that Combritum there. Hello! It's been a while since I've seen a kingfisher. My favourites. You're about to get outdone by your cousins who will arrive soon, I guess. It's funny, we all love the arrival of the woodland kingfisher, but then after a while you becomes a little bit challenging because they do not stop. They will wake you up at 3 in the morning. They go all day, all night with their iconic call. And if any of you are new, I'm going to play the call, and I can play the call because it's a different species from the one we're looking at. Many of you will know this, I know, but maybe some of you have never heard it before, and this is going to be your first summer with us. Okay, you ready? Oh no, that's not the call. That's my radio that's not working. Oh dear. Okay, let's try that again. That is a call of the woodland. Now I won't play the brown-hooded because we're in the presence of the brown-hooded. I think this is a female. I just love kingfishers. We see the giants here, we see the malachite, we see the pied, the pygmy, although I've never got a pygmy live, that's on my bucket list. We see the brown-hooded and we see the woodland in summer. That's obviously a migrant. I'm sure I've seen the striped here once with James Hendry, but it was only one sighting. And You do get other kingfisher species that we don't see here in this area. But the brown hooded is very common, and the females are very brown and the males black. Charlie, you're saying what a beautiful call, the woodlands, I know. I don't play bird calls when you're in the presence of that bird, but there's no woodland kingfisher around here. That's why I played it. But you have to be quite sensitive because it can have an effect on them. And I believe that we don't fully understand what they're saying. Okay, yes, they're communicating, they're probably showing territory, they're probably attracting mates, but that's very limited. We're not part of their phenomena. We're not in that little bubble of theirs. We don't really know. They could be saying a lot to one another. So minimal human interference. I love the Roberts app though. You can just sit and play bird calls and try and test yourself. You can make a list and just play them randomly and try and test yourself on what bird call you're listening to, and it helps you naturally get better. And it's funny because you get used to winter here, and I would say I know the winter birds pretty well, and then summer arrives and you think, oh my goodness, I've got to train my brain to pick up all of these summer birds again. I mean, you already know them, but you've just got to rewire a little bit. I also don't have an update on Kuchava, I'm afraid. I really don't have an update on much, but we're going to try. We're going to go back to the area where she was last seen and see if we can... Was she lucky? Was she not? See if we can pick up on any signs of her. Gitchi Gumi, I have not heard your name in a long time. Lovely to hear from you. And you're asking about precocial birds. Now, just for those of you that are maybe slightly unsure of the term, altricial just means underdeveloped, weak, like leopard cubs, hyena cubs, most birds, spotted eagle owl, the future wig. And precocial means they're born very developed, like your impala lambs and most of the antelope that sort of stand on their feet within minutes. And when it refers to birds, precocial would be termed when they're born with their eye, well, they hatch with their eyes open, and they've got a well-developed down, not a patchy, if any, down. They're well-developed, and they can leave the nest within a number of days, and there absolutely are precocial birds. Altricial is more common, but some ducks, various different shorebirds, I'm thinking off the top of my head here, quails, some coots. And then you've got some birds that are in the middle, so they blur the lines if you like. They're classified as altricial, but they hatch with a well-developed down. So they've got some features of being precocial, but they're classified as altricial, if that makes any sense. So it's not always completely clear. But great question. And normally in altricial chicks, you see not really even a down, you just see those sort of pimples. It looks like a pimple, or it looks like goosebumps when we get goosebumps. And it's the pin feathers starting to show, or you can call them blood feathers. And we'll see all of this if we manage to see the spotted eagle owl chick together, Mrs. Wig. I was there earlier, but the gremlins attacked me. If we manage to watch this journey, then you'll see all of this happening. So as we bumble around Chitwa, I'm going to send you guys to JP.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We just had a group of zebras coming in for a drink. And before we could actually see them, we could actually hear them passing gas. And they tend to be always full of beans, purely because they eat a large amount of bulk grasses. Now they're coming for a little drink so that they can assist with digestion as well as rehydrate themselves. One of the things I find particularly interesting about zebras is that you can't actually domesticate them and use them for riding. However, in the late 1890s, there used to be a coach that used to operate in the Lowveld region of South Africa by the name of a Cederberg coach, and this was pulled by a team of zebras. But you had to have a pair of horses in the front, otherwise they would just simply go wherever they wanted. So the very easy method of dealing with that is putting 2 domesticated horses in the front to lead the group. While we watch them, I'm going to be dead quiet and just see what they get up to. One of the things that you also sometimes find is when they move away or startled, the one that closes in on the other one quite often will kick out towards the other one to put some distance between themselves. And in the case that they often are pursued by predators, I've seen this behavior as well. Oh, it gets a little bit more serious. They're now seriously kicking one another. Let's quickly try and determine if it's actually males that are fighting or if it's actually 2 mares that were having a go at one another. And one of the ways that we can separate them from one another at this distance is very simple. Just look at the buttocks. If it's got a broad black line between the bum, it's a female. If it's a narrow black line between the bum, then it's a male. We also generally find that the males are slightly larger in size compared to females. And then obviously every now and then you'll be also able to see the obvious sticking out, which will aid into identification of the 2. I'm not quite sure what spooked them. Maybe there's some smells that has been left by predators that might have been here overnight that they have picked up on. And then also there's a slight swirling in the wind, which they might have picked up something that is close by that might have startled them. We tend to find in general that animals are quite cautious when it comes to approaching waterholes, as these are often used by predators as ambush points, as earlier explained by the doves, that are equally cautious when they come down to drink. Or we're just going to sit here in peace and quiet and see what happens. And maybe we're lucky that something else or somebody else comes and pops in for a drink. If there's any viewers that has any questions, you're also more than welcome to ask those.
Slowly but surely we are making our way back into the area where we lost visual of that Shasha male leopard. We are now kind of driving almost on one of the roads that we think that he might have crossed. So anywhere from here I'm just going to do exactly what we did when we lost him and we were moving out of the areas. Just reduce our pace, slow it down, and just try and scan very carefully as we're driving through this area. Yeah, so that's the plan for the next half an hour or so. Looks like we're going to get quite a cracking sunset, so we might have to try and find a beautiful spot where we'll be able to show it to you. It looks like there's some clouds that are going to give it that extra color. So that's great. It would be a bonus if we find the leopard for you. So by now it's getting cool and it's still windy, which is going to suit the predators quite a lot. It just makes the antelope species quite nervous because the wind just disrupts their senses quite a lot. So they will be looking, especially at this time of day, to be moving out into an open area where they feel protected and they can use their eyesight rather than their sense of hearing and their sense of smell to detect predators. But leopards have got the advantage of being amazing at stealth and camouflage, so they'll be taking that to full advantage. I was saying it a bit earlier, if they can find a way to use the sun at this time of day to their advantage and creep up towards the herd, it proves to be quite successful for these predators.
Hello everyone. I'm still fiddling with my game drive radio. Now we're exploring some roads on Chitwa. I don't normally drive. And that's a good thing. This is where you will pick up on the likes of Semba and Kuchava. We know we had her this morning. But I don't know if she was going to be lucky with that Ngala. The female, there's one female that knew, she just knew something is wrong. She wasn't alarm calling, which makes me think she didn't know quite what was wrong. She just had an awareness. There's a predator here. I'm in trouble. And that's not going to allow Kuchava to make a successful hunt. But the cub's still on the property, and obviously we don't visit the cubs alone. So we just need to try and scratch around and see if we can see signs of her. Oh, I'd love to see Kuchava's little bambino. Tandy's lineage. Tandy's grandchild. Grand cub. So I'm really just looking for tracks. She was at the very edge of a block when we left her, which means she could easily pop out. There's two quarries on Chitwa, and believe it or not, this is where I've had the most Kuchava sightings of both of these quarries. She's a quarry girl. She just likes to hang there. And this is what I mean by quarry. I mean, it's really not that exciting to look at, to be honest, but elephants love it and leopards love it. It's probably really cool in summer and maybe helps shelter when it's a really windy day. But that's what I mean. There's really nothing exciting to look at. I just wanted to give some context. Okay. Let us bumble. Sorry, I'm getting a crazy amount of beeping in my ear, but we are going to send you over to JP.
Good morning and welcome. I say good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. The reason why I'm thinking of this morning, there was a question this morning, which is the most important insects which one of the viewers had in this area. So for us, probably one of the most important insects in this part of the world is probably bees, as they play an important part as well as pollinating a number of wildflowers, but they're also important in terms of pollinating orchards and a number of other areas just outside the conservation areas, as we have quite a large citrus growing region on the borders of the area. We also find that bees also play an incredibly important food part out there in the ecosystem for a number of animals which will predate on them. And one of those birds that predate on them is known as bee eaters, who specializes in catching them in mid-air and then flying off to a tree, and then normally they will scrape them out, their venom, the sting out on the branch, so that they don't ingest the venom and the sting when they do consume them. Also just going to sit around here a little bit longer and see what happens. One of the other questions which one of the viewers had was from Jameson, and he was asking what is the most colourful bird out here in Pridelands. Welcome to the show, Jameson, and to answer your question, that is most likely the lilac-breasted roller, which has virtually got all the colours of a rainbow. Although it's one of the most beautiful birds out here, it's probably also one of the noisiest birds, if not the greatest of calls. They also, for me, have one of the most fascinating displays. And when we do see them, they perform a barrel rolling flight display to impress the female. While we sit out here, we're just going to sit here a little bit longer, and let's go and see what Eric is up to. Sorry.
I mentioned it looked like it was going to be a cracking sunset. I didn't realize how thick that bank of clouds is, because as soon as the sun disappeared behind there, it's gone. But just look at it. I mean, it's the colors. You've got that beautiful golden line at the very top of the clouds, and I think it's looking like it's getting better and better. That might not, but probably roughly the same distance from about halfway between the clouds and the horizon is the Drakensberg Mountains. And they're always such a beautiful feature to watch the sunset over. And more to the right of the sun are those big cumulonimbus clouds that I was talking about a bit earlier. And those, I mean, it doesn't look too scary, but as soon as those get bigger and taller and later on into the summer, those are the types of clouds that we look at, and they'll bring the big rains and the big thunder showers that we experience so often in the Lowveld. Jamie, I didn't even realize that it's a Friday, but I agree with you. It is such a spectacular way to watch the end of the week, now onto the weekend. Must say that when you're working on a daily basis in the bush like we so often do, the days of the week don't matter too much. I mean, a lot of the times at the lodges, you only know what day of the week it is because of what's getting served at dinner in the canteen. And I believe it's Friday Braai for us, so we all are very excited to tan a bit of a chop and have some meat on the fire. Very, very South African tradition, and it's always nice to cook big slices of meat on an open flame. I think, I mean, because that bank of cloud is so thick, I don't know if we're going to get too much more color from the sunsets. The way that we're driving along this road looks like it's pretty much a north-south road, so we'll have the sunset in view, and if it does happen to change, and get better than what we've already experienced, then we can always just quickly stop and pan and have a look. But I would like to keep moving into that area of where we saw Shasha a bit earlier. It's bugging me that we didn't get to find him again once he ducked into the bushes. So I'm coming back for round 2, coming back with a vengeance, and I hope we get to find him again. Okay, so I'm going to start the vehicle up and we'll keep driving along this road. Always lovely just to sit, even if it is just a few minutes like we experienced, to just sit and watch the sunset. Donna, it was actually quite late in life. I mean, the very first leopard that I can remember was just before I started out as a guide. So that was when I was 21 years old. Before I started the selection course at Phinda, I went to go help the ecologist out, and for about 3 weeks we were doing grass surveys. And I remember coming back from the fault one day on our way back home, and we just saw this shadow crossing the road. I didn't even know what it was, but the guy driving knew exactly what it was straight away. And as we drove up to where it crossed, it was luckily lying right next to us. So that was the very first leopard that I managed to see and that I can remember. It's always been my favorite animal, but whenever my family and I went into the Kruger National Park, I remember I was always so unlucky, and even if it was in 2 vehicles, one vehicle would see the leopard, and the vehicle that I went into obviously would miss the leopard. Yeah, but I definitely have seen my fair share and managed to follow leopards through from the moment that they were cubs to having cubs of their own, which is always so special to follow that life cycle from one part of their life to another. But I must say, it's nothing like Tristan. He was saying that he's seen potentially 200 to 300 different individual leopards. I don't think I'm anywhere near that. It must be... Sure, I haven't kept an accurate record at all, but if I were to guess, I guess it would be somewhere around 50, maybe, somewhere there. I suppose, none of my guiding when I was at base at the lodge was in the Sabi sands. Yeah, so I guess I can be forgiven for not seeing as many leopards as I might have if I guided out of the Sabi sands.
Operating for 27 years, Eco Training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. WildEarth has been working closely with Eco Training to promote the safari guide industry and create awareness for its importance. This is why, for 1 month only, we are offering all WildEarth viewers an opportunity to receive a discount on an Eco Training safari guide course. Contact Eco Training today to find out more, and remember to quote Eco Wild Live to receive your discount.
Our competitors are in the room behind me right now for the birding challenge, where they have to look at pictures and identify the birds and then separately listen to bird calls and identify them. But it's not easy. This is going to be the toughest one. Here we have the previous year's winners. You can see they're trying to see if they can remember all the answers, and look at them taking a sneak
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I love being a cam op for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
We found them, everybody. We've just had the most perfect visual of them all lined up on the embankment of the Mulwati, and it's unbelievable because in 2019, Darby and I had that exact sighting. Oh, look at that one in Paul stretching. You see it? Oh, cute. Right on this embankment of the Mulwanini, we had the Nkuhuma Cubs of 2019 line up. It's like deja vu, but with a new litter and it's Nkuhumas. And we just drove into them. It's actually pretty surreal how that can happen. But anyway, we missed them on the embankment, so let's just reverse. I just need to be really careful here because there's obviously man one. Am I all good and okay, I can see them. We're gonna get them from the. Oh, actually, no, you're right. Nope, I've got to go back. It's just a slip road here. It's like deja vu, and it's just so wonderful. Just like the elephants, I'm not going to block her path, so I'm going to spin around like so. Oh, guys, what happened to the buffalo? Let me just finish it. And where are you going? You're going to cross into Torchwood. Oh, you're going to sit right next to the car. It's amazing. This is so wonderful. And now she's sat. Look at that full tummy and full mammary glands right next to the car. Oh, Nkuhumas, how I missed you. I adore the Talamatis, but I guess I have a lot of memories with the Nkuhumas. A lot. Lion invasion around Wendy. Impo, we're not going anywhere. Right in front of the car. I think she's going to park her bottom right there. Yep, thought so. Everybody's happy. Me too. I was a little bit, when the gremlins win and Po and I came out, it's been a tough one. We lost signal at Missy's wig and we couldn't figure out what had happened to the Nkuhumas, and then we just bumped into them. It's so magical. But if any vehicle wants to cross Gowrie Main, they're not going to be able to. So I'm really hoping that no one crosses. It's actually my brother's birthday today. Happy birthday, wee brother. The UK has finally released South Africa off the red list after 2 years of not being able to go home. So I am one very happy human. I can now finally see my family again. But all of these animals right here, they've been my family for the past 2 years, and you guys. There's just goodness all around. Look how cute they are. No. I don't know how lion cubs can just be so adorable. Even when they're fighting. Oh, this one's sitting on this one's head. Okay, now you moved your head. That's jolly good. Sarah, yes, they have. They have. I had a sighting with them on my last stint on Chitwa, and they were with the baby daddies, Blondie and Mohawk, and they were with the other females as well. I don't know if it was all the females in that sighting, but yes, they have. Can you hear that? Tantrums. I'm just going to let you listen for a while. Oh dear. I think you hurt her a little bit. It's all happening right next to the car. I didn't mean to position this way. I was trying to block your paths. Just look at Impo's face when we get hit with that smell. Someone has gas. I'm just letting you listen to the sounds because they're very precious. Now let's see if my game drive radio works so I don't get in trouble. Inkahumas with Mantuan on Guy remain at the Mulwanini, WildEarth on lock space for Tumova. I don't know if anyone copied that, but I tried. What did he say? Looking for me?
He wants to know what's the update.
Got the Inkahumas with the Mantuan on Guy remain at the Mulwanini.
Okay, thanks.
You guys have been very naughty and demanding. Oh, Rachel, I'm so glad your day has been made, because my day too. A bit of a rough start to the drive, and then looking around for these guys and not finding them, it's a little bit frustrating. And then lo and behold, they decide to come and sit right next to the car. The mothers are trying to separate the controller cubs. They're getting a bit too intense. Impo, are you submitting in your... He's on his phone putting comments in. Impo, come on, you should be filming. I'm only joking. It's obviously another Impo, and you're saying this has been the best sighting. Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to let you enjoy the sounds as much as possible. You hear my voice all the time. Definitely calm down a little bit. Now these are the 3 mothers, naturally, and there are 7 cubs. And there should be 7 cubs, if that makes sense. So all are accounted for, which is wonderful, because unfortunately cub mortality is high. And the Nkuhumas have done well. I mentioned this, I'm not trying to constantly repeat myself, but they really have, because they went through a very, very tough time before I arrived. They were struck with white muscle disease for a while. Then the next time some cubs did get mange, although mange is pretty prevalent through the animal kingdom. And then they went through a bit of a boom. And now they're doing very, very well. They're booming again, a baby boom. So it's ridge-nosed daughters, tatter deer, and pale-eye. They're the three mothers. Not the most original names that you could ever find, but hey, this is what we work with. And all of these mothers are not actually related, but naturally they born to the same pride, and they were born in 2016, if you think about it. That they're 5 now, maybe going on 6.
Welcome back to Rusty. We have just seen the moon, and it's a beautiful light. So I think for the next couple of minutes, just whilst we're enjoying the last bit of the light, we might as well just switch off, keep silent, and just listen to the natural sounds of the bush. So that's the moon, and it looks like it's in its waxing phase, so it only means that it's just getting brighter and brighter. and so we'll see more and more and more of the moon as the days go. And it will slowly so within the next couple of days it will be much, much higher, and then it will eventually be when it's full, it will be on the opposite side of the sun. So as soon as the sun sets, the moon will rise as a full moon. That was quite nice just to switch off and listen to the sounds of the bush. I reckon what we'll do is move on from here, and we might now start looking for this leopard. I think we are in the right area. I was saying a bit earlier on, their movements are unpredictable, especially a young male like this one. And so just putting ourselves in the area and doing what we've been doing, so stopping, switching off, listening, all of this stuff helps. There's a chance that he might have moved completely out of the area, but it's worth a try. To switch the spotlight on whilst we were watching the moon, and it wasn't switching on, so we'll at some stage have to try and navigate that. There's a little steenbok right here. Oh, he's moving away. Well, let's go down the road now where we saw him. Look how beautiful this frame is. So we've got a marula tree, and we've got the last little bit of the light on our right. So whilst you're watching at that pretty view, I'm just going to bend over, so you might hear a few noises. I just want to try and see if I can get my spotlight working. I think it just needs to be plugged in, but I need to find the end of the plug. There we go. Got it. We are in business. I've got the spotlight working. Okay. Alright, there we go. So now we can move. I mean, how beautiful is that lighting? Alrighty, so we're going to keep moving on and keep looking for this leopard. Across to a different cat.
So I'm just going to turn this off. Now, this is a difficult situation for me because the sun has got dark. No, the sun has got dark. Lauren, what? No, the sun has not got dark. The sun has gone down. And we're now using infrared, so we are not, you're not supposed to be with the cubs. Full stop. And now they've all zonked out. Now, Impo, I'm just going to lean over a little bit and see. Okay, there's one right. Okay. Now, they came to the car, everyone, and now they've fallen asleep in front of the car. So I think at this stage, we're just going to wait a tad longer. You've got to weigh up the safety of what's going on. We've still got a little bit of light. And then we're going to have to make a decision. And that's what happens out in the guiding world. You have to make a call. So right now, I think they're going to get up very, very soon. But right now, we have a tiny, tiny little cub less than 1 meter from my front tire. And that's why I'm not turning on the engine just yet. So just to let you all know, once it does start to get to this time, it's to do with spotlights and vehicle traffic and safety of the cubs. This is when we do call it. But I'm just going to hope that they just wake up very, very soon. You see that one at the front, Impo? This one over here is the one I'm worried about. Not worried, I mean, we're not going to do any harm to it, this one. It's just, that's it, now get up. No, you're not going to get up. Now, if we turn the engine on, nothing bad is going to happen. So that might be what we have to do in just a moment. Just turn the engine on until they all move to the side, and then we do leave the sighting. But at least the sighting we had was incredible. This has been really, really wonderful. And this does just show you how relaxed the Ngahumas are around vehicles. Okay, so what I am going to do is just very, very slowly pull myself out of this siding. Call it in, make sure everybody knows that they're on the road in case someone drives a little bit too fast. It's going to benefit them to actually get off the road, and there's a car coming in the distance. I'm going to stay here to protect them right now from this car that's coming, and I'm sure when this car comes, they're just going to move and we will leave.
The WildEarth channel now runs for 24 hours a day and is filled with exciting wildlife experiences for the whole family. In addition to our twice daily live safaris from Africa, we launched Sea Forest. Free divers explore the great African kelp forest under the water in Cape Town, while naturalists on the surface explain what we are seeing in real time. Our Escape to Nature series features exceptional wildlife footage throughout the day, and here you can immerse yourself in the sights and sounds of nature. And finally, we are launching a brand new penguin experience later this month, where you can follow the lives of a group of African penguins daily and in real time. If you want to join in on these experiences, then head over to wildearth.tv/channel to see where you can watch. Escape to nature with WildEarth.
And I turned to shore and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Alrighty, so you might have noticed our headlights aren't working. The only way that I can get them to work is if I hold them, and I wish I had a third hand to be able to do that, because I need to drive, spotlight, and hold the lights. And so for now, I think, especially because of spotlight, we can just look both left, both right. We can look in all directions. I think is a bit easier. See here, this is the off-roading tracks of where the one vehicle was looking for him. We saw him on not the road but in the block behind it. So I'm just going to slow down. I'll even change into first gear. Like I was saying, instead of using the spotlights, rather just use our spotlight, and then we can go from side to side and look for that classic eye shine. Actually looks, sure, might not be the best news for us if we're looking for this leopard, but it looks like that buffalo herd that we saw a bit earlier on in the afternoon has already come through this area. There's tracks of them crossing this road, going from right to left across that way. And I mean, potentially young male leopards. I think that's just a branch. Yeah. And they'll sometimes follow a herd of buffalo, and they just essentially, I guess it would be practicing their stalking techniques, because there's no way that they would ever be able to go after something as big as a buffalo. But it doesn't stop them from trying on that occasion. You might just see darker patches here. Sure. Amy, you are 10 years old and you wanting to know my favorite animal. It's a hard, I don't know actually. And I think a lot of the time my favorite animal I often associate with my favorite sight. Oh, there's a nightjar. I saw the eyes and got excited for a second. So I associate my favorite animal with my most recent favorite sighting, I guess. But I think lions would stand out quite a lot for me. I really do enjoy lions. And then I think probably if I had to choose one animal and give you one animal answer, it would be a really big elephant bull with big long tusks. I think that would be my ultimate animal. I just am in awe of their size and their power every time I see them. To watch them push an uprooted tree that's been growing for 20, 30 years and has got a very deep-rooted root system, it's always impressive. And then just to see them towering above you when they walk past you is just quite spectacular. One of my favorite things to do when I go and do a holiday in the Kruger National Park around the Letaba Rest Camp is an elephant museum, and it's got molds, either molds or the originals of 7 of the biggest tusked elephants that have been recorded in the Kruger National Park in recent years. And they've got them mounted in a beautiful museum. They've got a phenomenal display there, and you get to walk around and literally stand under these tusks. And there's some, I think the biggest one is close to 3 meters. I think it's 3.1 meters, weighs close to about 75 kgs. Yeah, so I guess, Amy, if I had to choose one, it would be a really big elephant bull. I am going to continue working this area to see if we can find anything. And I believe Lauren is also on a bumble, so let's go find out her plans.
Issues in my ear, but I do think we're live, so I'm going to roll with it. We managed to extract ourselves from that sighting very easily. We just needed a bit of time. You don't want to disturb the animal, the cubs are young. But also you need to extract yourself, so obviously it goes to negative luck, which means you cannot join that sighting, but you also need to let everybody know where it is. It's a main road. If you want people to bump into them, you have to remove yourself from the sighting. And just turn the engine ever so slowly, and all the cubs looked at us. Nobody looked at us and never moved. Nobody moved during our entire extraction, which is rather entertaining. We didn't disturb them in any way, shape or form. It's a very habituated bunch. What a wonderful, wonderful sighting. All that noise, demanding milk, squabbling. It's very, very sweet. But it's nice to see them this high up. If they go north, they'll end up in Torchwood. If they go northwest, they'll end up in Djuma. If they take a turn and go south again, then, well, they can lose them. Hello, Steenbok. I see you, but I'm going to pretend I don't, because you're hiding. Harmony, you're saying, is such a breathtaking moment. You know, when we first went down the Mulwanini, they were just there. Eye level with Impo, not quite me, I'm a bit lower down, and just all looking at us. It was breathtaking from the start to the finish, and the noise, the sounds, the fact that they all just walked to the car. They just wanted the coolest patch of ground because they're full, they're uncomfortable, their tummies are bulging. They all want peace and quiet away from the cubs, but that's not happening, clearly. Oh, it was adorable, and I think they're both excellent prides. I don't think at this point I could really choose a favourite, but I just have such a long relationship with the Nkuhumas. They were the dominant pride when I first joined, and they were there almost every day. We had the Nkuhumas. We had every single one of them denning on the sort of 2019 litters. I even found new cubs for the first time, and it was one of my sightings with BK. It was very, very special. Chella, her cubs. Steve found them originally, but he thought there was just 1 or 2. And then BK and I was following her one day, and we knew the den site was not there, and so we followed her. It's fine as long as you stay away from the den. And lo and behold, she took us to a new den, and there were 4. And they were very young. That's the youngest lion cubs I've ever seen. I'm sure some of you will remember that. That was late. That was really into summer. And of course, things have shifted, territories have shifted, dynamics have shifted, and that's always normal. So now we do see a lot more of the Talamatis, but they're still both fantastic prides. And I actually forgot to tell you all, when I was at the Shudulu sighting this morning, with Shudulu and Sutu, a juvenile batalier flew overhead, very close to the vehicle. I think it was Batilda. But I can obviously confirm that. But I'm pretty sure it was Batilda. I'm hoping it was Batilda. Every day I look for her, I'm convinced she still has to be around. I'll need to also tell Eric to keep his eyes open for our little baby. Batilda is probably not a baby anymore. What was that? I don't know what that was. Eye shine of sorts. Got to pay attention when you're spotlighting. Definitely is a technique. You don't want to hit it off the dashboard. Look how ugly that looks for you guys. You want to hold it up nice and high and really scan. And obviously, as soon as you do see the eye shine, I just immediately cut the light and send the cameraman in. So you've got to direct them, and it's hard. I'm not saying it's easy, but you don't want to startle the animal and put too much light on them. So I just cut the light immediately once you've spotted the eye shine, and then we figure it out what it is with the IR light, which is something I really love. Now there's a vehicle, so I'm just going to pull over. And wait for them to pass. Hi! I have absolutely no idea who that was. Do you know who that was, Paul? Hi, Lauren. Hi. I can't see anything. Okay, let's put the lights back on. And I remember back in the trainee days when we had Oilbag, one of the most amazing humans. And he would look left but spotlight right, and that was funny. You can't spotlight one way and look the other way. Oh, never forget that. Good days. Glenn, you're asking how do the cubs know which one's their mom? Just the same as humans. How do really, I mean, maybe it's a little bit different because they allo suckle, but it'll be all chemical based. So they will recognize their mother mostly on scent. There'll be a unique sort of chemical signature that each lioness will hold, and a species, especially mammals, because of lactation, they will recognize their mother 100%. But in lion prides, they allo suckle, which is a wonderful contributor to the lion's success. So they can suckle from any mother that is lactating. Obviously, if she's not lactating, that's not going to happen. But that's why they tend to all give birth around this similar time. So they'll recognize their mother through some sort of chemical scent. They're highly chemical beings. And there'll be some sort of signature that means you'll be able to recognize your mother. We had a hippo walk out in front of us at Chitwa, not near the dam, and that's quite an experience. Doesn't happen too often here, but in the Masai Mara, when all the hippos come out of the Mara River, it's actually quite scary. And you're in the dark, just surrounded by hippos walking. Okay, we're going to keep bumbling into the night with my spotlight we can find. We're now on the search very much so for nocturnal animals, which can include owls up trees. So you should always look up. And then, of course, you should look all around you, slowly. You gotta love it when the insects fly into your face. And I tend to drive really slowly at night time anyway, because your primary sense as a human is your vision, and it's completely reduced. Almost non-existent, really, other than your head. So you never know what might be walking on the road. Predators do get active and do get mobile on the road, so you've got to be really careful that you don't round a corner and, well, bump into anyone. And of course the light attracts insects, so in summer it's rather unfortunate when you have to spend an hour and a half spotlighting, because when they miss the spotlight, the next best thing is your face. Things are really changing around here, and I love it. I love being able to see change, feel change, hear change. Change is always taking place. I mean, change is the only constant, right? But I love it when you can either sort of visually see it or feel it or hear it or smell it. I don't know if any of you saw that, but that was very cool. Oh, it's going to be way in the thicket now. I'm going to go forward a little bit and pull and see if we can get it. I highly doubt it.
We are just about to complete the last road, to complete the block of where that male leopard shasha moved in towards. I did hear on the radio that there was somewhere on Buffelshoek there was another male that were, or I don't know if it was they didn't identify it, but it might be the same one. So he could have crossed over into Buffelshoek, I'm not sure. But we might as well just check this area again. I mean, it's quite incredible. From when we last saw you, there's just been buffalo tracks all over the road. So as they've been feeding, it almost looks like they've been switching back on themselves and zigzagging through this area. There's just buffalo tracks all over the place. It's been such a good day today. I mean, this afternoon has turned out so well. All the big animals have been out and about showing themselves off. I think we've pretty much got the big four between Lauren and I. We've got ellies, lions, leopards, buffalo, not to mention a few cool bird species. It's been a great day out. It's been so lovely. Also, I mean, so for the last year working at Ngala, I mean, we heard lots about Djuma and we're working with Djuma, but it's just a completely different thing to come and see it in the flesh and see what it has to offer. And it has been exceptional. Check up a tree just in the hopes that he's up there. So I mentioned a bit earlier on that we couldn't switch our lights on, and that's just because I was being a bit of an idiot. There's one switch that I completely overlooked, and as soon as we flipped that, the lights went straight on and they stayed on. So that was all my fault. I was starting to kick and curse Rusty, saying how useless she was, but it was me. She's been such a champion. Been really cool to drive a Land Rover again. I mean, I mostly drive Toyotas. Landies have just got such a nice feel behind the wheel. It's a much shorter vehicle than I was expecting. So, I mean, for the most part, we get to dip and dive through the bush after these animals quite effectively through very small gaps and very tight turning circles that you wouldn't necessarily be able to do in a big Land Cruiser. So Bucket, 7 years old. Leopards will sleep basically wherever they want, and like when we're in the bush, I find it very hard to give you one definitive answer because it is just so variable. So like leopards, they will sleep on the ground if they feel like it, but they will sleep in the trees in different circumstances. You know, so a lot of the time when there's a kill and they've hoisted it, then they'll sleep right next to the kill because they don't need to go anywhere else. But if they are casually walking from one place to another, like this male leopard that we're looking for now, you know, he might decide to lie on the ground rather. It all depends on the scenario, on the environment around the animal, the general behavior traits of the specific animal. So, I mean, yeah, I guess when a leopard's sleeping, it's either in a tree or it's on the ground. But at this time of night, them being generally a nocturnal species, most leopards won't be sleeping now. They'll be up and awake. If they're not moving around, then they're paying attention to what's around them. So they're probably sitting on a termite mound or just being very attentive and listening to what's going on around them. And if they're hungry, what they're trying to listen out for is just any sign of any general game species that's around here. They might be listening out for the very subtle signs of a steenbok as it's rustling through the grass looking for a place to settle down. Maybe even just the contact calls of impala. And there's a lot of, or even, you know, signs of predators that it's trying to. Okay, we're going straight across to Lauren.
Yeah, it's gone. I don't think we'll get it. Let's try.
We've got a little mammal on the road. First one, or first nocturnal one that we've seen. I'm just going to turn the lights right off. Nope, it's gone. Alright, I think I acted a bit too late. There's a little scrub here. I mean, it's not the most exciting nocturnal species, but it is the first one of the evening.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more.
For me, the best part about being a guide is being able to live out in Africa's wild places and being able to share that with people. Of all the challenges, for me, the one that I'm probably the most comfortable with is the game drive. I think that's what I do most days, so that would probably be what I feel like I'd do the best at. It's like someone's put little Lego blocks up there and made this perfect little sort of statue, and there's another one further along as we drive. One of the challenges I'm the most nervous about would probably be shooting. I think on the day there's always quite a bit of pressure and intimidation, always associated with it, but I guess we'll see how it goes. I hope I'll win this competition, but if I don't, it's still been an experience of a lifetime, and I've learned a lot and met a lot of really, really cool people.
We've seen these ellies really chase wild dogs before. Let's get into spot. There we go, here it comes. Look at that, isn't that amazing?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So maybe checking quarantine wasn't the best idea, because it seems like every impala on Djuma has decided to come and rest up here. Okay, I think we might be through with the herd. Yeah, there's one or two more, so I'll just keep the spotlight right down until we pass this last one. It's on the left hand side, so I guess I can shine on the right. And we are officially through the herd, and I'm going to turn my lights on and there's going to be more impala. No, we're in the clear. James, you're asking if it's ever too late to go on safari. I'm guessing you are talking about time. And no, I mean we can do safari for any time of the day. It just depends on what you're looking to see. So if guests are really wanting to see the lions and leopards and buffaloes and elephants and all of those animals, then it tends to be better to do it in the early hours of the morning and the late hours of the afternoon, and that's exactly why we go out at the times we do. So that's why Lauren and I head out at 5:30 and again at 3:30 in the afternoon. So I guess if you're looking for very specific nocturnal creatures, then heading out later is better, I suppose, especially coming into summertime, because they'll also try and escape the heat, and they might only move around in the very later parts of the night. Yeah, so I think it just boils down to what you are wanting out of your safari. And if you're wanting a nocturnal drive where you've got the chance, or a better chance, I guess, of seeing things like aardvark, white-tailed mongoose, jennets, on a very, very, very exceptional occasion, maybe even a pangolin, or hyenas, I guess, yeah. It just all depends. What I used to do if I were to go out on a late evening safari is go and follow a pride of lions that were looking hungry. They're the easiest predator to follow at night, and generally quite predictable. You know, if they are looking skinny and it's a good evening, the chance of them getting up and at least moving around is high. So you might just go and park off with them and wait for them to move around. So apart from a few scrub hares and an impala, there's nothing on the shorter grasses of quarantine. I was expecting with a very long, bright spotlight that you were able to, to at least pan around and see in the open. I suppose they also, these nocturnal species, don't want to spend too much time out in the open. That leaves them exposed to predation. Right, so whilst we continue on thinking of our next step in the plan, let's go and see what Lauren's plan is.
We finally made it to quarantine. Now we are having some technical issues, so we're just going to sit and enjoy one of the most underrated animals in the bush, the impala. I definitely don't underrate them, but I know some people do. It's BK's least favourite animal to film. But they really are fantastic, and just to watch them go about their daily lives, especially at night time. We're lucky to be able to do that. We saw genet and we saw white-tailed mongoose. Neither were willing to participate in the show. But it's good to see those nocturnal animals. White-tailed mongoose are so large. It's only when you see one that you think, my goodness, because you're so used to seeing the dwarfs, of course. At opposite ends of the spectrum. But you can hear that buzz of nighttime now. I was talking about this the other day, that if you just close your eyes, you can just actually feel and hear that it's nighttime without being able to visually see that. And it's not just a body clock thing. You can genuinely hear that the sounds change. I'm just going to sit for a moment or two listening to the sounds around us. What a lucky drive it's been. Time for reflection. From Eric bumping into Shasha. Just even the location of Shasha is just great. The Nkahuma Pride, we finally, well, not the Pride, 3 of them, but we finally found them. That elephant sighting. Buffalo. It's been a very good drive. I'm really looking forward to the change that is upon us. Impala lambs, to a few more weeks and we'll start to be seeing all the ewes drop their lambs. And even the sounds are going to change. You know, I remember sitting at Pippa and Yuri's having a New Year party and we were trying to play music and we just could not hear the music over the frogs. The sound is so loud, so we just turned off the music and danced the night away to the frogs. It's quite special. Lucky, you're asking, do impalas have good eyesight at night? And yes, they do. That's one thing that there's a sort of misconception that they can't really see at night. I mean, definitely they are diurnal animals, which means their vision is much better during the day, but they can see at night. They absolutely can. And if you look at an impala's eye, it's very large. It's almond shape. It's very large in comparison to their skull. So that shows you that it's allowing for night vision. They're not completely rendered blind at night. They can see. Maybe not as well as the predators, but they absolutely can see at nighttime. Sam, you're asking, have you ever seen a female impala with horns? Believe it or not, not personally, but yes, it has been recorded. I'm sure it was at Londolozi. They had an incident where someone came across an impala and obviously assumed automatically it was a boy because there's horns. But then when they got a little bit closer, they realized there's no male genitalia. It's female genitalia, so what's going on? So I haven't seen it personally, but it definitely is a case with that, and I'm pretty sure it was recorded at Londolozi. And it's thought to be caused by some sort of hormonal imbalance. I guess it could also be a genetic mutation. But it's extremely rare, and impalas are generally sexually dimorphic, meaning you can immediately differentiate the sexes. The sexes are completely different. Naturally, you just look at impala, and the presence or the absence of horns will tell you if it's a male or a female. But yes, that's a great question because it has been recorded. And Sandy G, you're saying impalas are so beautiful and peaceful, and yes, they're so graceful, you know, long legs, almond-shaped eyes, long eyelashes, slim. I'm jealous. But yes, they are. Joanna, you're asking a question, are impalas always on high alert? And I'm pretty sure you know the answer, that of course they are. They have to be. They absolutely have to be. There's no choice. And I run around quarantine a lot, and they're used to me. Especially the herds on quarantine, they know that I run there, but they still react. Really with an awareness that they don't have to. But they still react because they can't afford to let their guard down. They can't afford to stop reacting, and then they might make a mistake and risk their life. That mistake could be fatal. So yes, they're always on high alert, but naturally there's normally a lookout. So there'll be one within the herd that's looking, focusing on not eating, not got his head down, having a jolly good time in the grass, but his head up, looking, listening and smelling. And they take turns. How they do that, I'm not sure. But there's always one, at least one, termed a lookout. But they are always on high alert. Naturally, all the predators out here, from the lion, the leopard, the hyena, the cheetah and the wild dogs, the top predators at least, even aerial predators when they're lambs, are after impala. James Richard, you're saying that WildEarth had a horned female impala on Pridelands called Edwina. Edwina, was that Dale McGurdy's name? Edwina, that's brilliant. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, there's lots here, Impo. It's a little bit of a better visual. Let me go forward. Edwina. So it's definitely not the norm, but it has been recorded then. It's been recorded in the sands at Londolozi and obviously at Pridelands. So there must be some sort of predisposition if there's a severe hormone imbalance caused by some sort of condition, be it genetic or condition that's developed, then obviously females have the ability to sprout horns. That's incredible, really. No one found Kuchaba, by the way. We found Dingohumas, but no one found Kuchaba. I'll keep working on it, though. I'll keep working to get the cub one day. We have a question from Earth Lover. And you are asking what's the difference between an impala and a gazelle? Good question. Now, the term gazelle is actually a genus. So gazelles are a genus of antelope. And naturally antelopes belong to the Bovidae family. So within the Bovidae family it's broken down into different levels. And gazelles are a genus of antelopes. So an impala is an antelope, but it's not a gazelle, if that makes sense. But they're both antelopes. And gazelles are obviously very famous for displaying a really unique behaviour called stotting. And impala don't do that, but it's just a specific genus. And in taxonomy, you break it down. So of course, you get the felids, the Felidae family, which includes all the cats, but naturally that's broken down into Panthera and all the different sort of genus of cats. So basically all gazelles are antelopes, but not all antelopes are gazelles. Does that make sense? Daniel from Scotland, Bonnie, Scotland. Nice to hear a viewer from Scotland. Hi, Daniel. You're asking, are impalas the most common antelope in the Sabi Sands? Yes, I would say so. And we're just talking about the Sabi Sands here. But I would say so. I mean, we just work the northern sector, which Djuma's in the north. I mean, we do cross into Chitwa, obviously, and sometimes Simbambili now, but we really work the north sector, and I would say the entire of the Sabi Sands impala. But that's why they're sort of termed the buffer species, if you like. And that just means that they are common and they are plentiful because of their ecological role. So it's a term in ecology, and it can also be used to describe plants or animals. And it's really referring to the fact that they are the main food source for predators. And I just touched on that. Every single predator that we get here, at least the big predators, prey on impala. So how do they combat that? There has to be an offset. Everything in nature has a sort of offset. If everything wants to eat them, how are they going to combat that? And they combat that by being successful at breeding and being numerous and being extremely common. and therefore the predators can't feast on them, and they will still survive. But also by them being so common and prevalent, they're also protecting the other species that are maybe slightly more vulnerable in the ecosystem. So you don't see that many duiker and steenbok here, at least in the Sabi Sands, as you do in Pala. So by there being so many in Pala, they're essentially indirectly protecting steenbok and duiker populations. Yes, the predators absolutely get steenbok and duiker, but they more so go for impala, and that's really what is meant in ecology by a buffer species. That's how the dynamics of an ecosystem works. Everything has its form and function, and it's not always as simple as it looks. I believe that there is a lot we have still to sort of understand about the ecosystems and the interconnected relationships between animals. When it may not look like there's a relationship at all, it may look like they have nothing to do with one another, but actually there will be a relationship there. Okay, we're very close to home and this is just perfect. We're going to sit here and not go anywhere. Sorry about that. You're now with us on quarantine watching the impala, listening to all the sounds of the night. I'm guessing we're live right now. We are still with the impala, just immersing ourselves in the night. nighttime's magical. It's unknown to us, really. Obviously, we have tools now. We have FLIR cameras and infrared cameras and even just spotlights and all sorts of gadgets to be able to see what really goes on in the night. But still, it's not our realm, really. Lots happens in the night out here. There's some animals that don't come out until long after the sun sets. Some animals only come out, they are nocturnal, but they'll only come out for a short window of time at night. Maybe between the hours of 11 and 3, for example. And that's why you never see them. Isn't it just so peaceful? Almost like meditation. You can just sit and watch an animal. Another living being that shares this world with you, but yet experiences it in such a different way. The book that I regularly talk about called It's Not About the Bats. It taught me about phenomenology, and that's when I decided I need to absolutely learn more about this. And I went and researched, and it really is such a great topic if you are interested, just how we're all experiencing this amazing thing. Even in Pona, that's a great example. We're on the same vehicle. He's a boy, I'm a girl. We come from 2 different countries. And we're both on Wendy, about 1 meter apart. We're both looking at the impala in the exact same geographical location, but we are experiencing this moment completely different, if that makes sense. He's not feeling the way I'm feeling. He's maybe not smelling the way I'm smelling. I have a good sense of smell. I have terrible ears. Eyesight distinctly average. In post senses, they'll be completely different. So he'll be feeling this moment a little bit more different than I am. And it goes exactly the same for all the species in the animal kingdom. Fascinating topic. Lucy, you are asking, what is the difference between a hare and rabbit? Good question, and they are different. Naturally, hares are larger. Most people, I think, know hares are larger, and they have longer ears. But there are more differences than just size. And hares are actually far less social than rabbits. Rabbits can be quite social, species dependent, but they can be. And the biggest difference of all is the gestation period. So hares actually have around a 42-day gestation period, give or take. And their young are called leverets. We were discussing this earlier if you were watching the start of the drive, but hare leverets are precocial. So they're fully developed. They've got fur, a complete cover of fur, and open eyes. Whereas rabbits, their gestation period is a lot shorter. It's only 30 days. So that's 12-day window. That's crucial. And therefore, their kittens. Yes, baby rabbits are called kittens. Can you believe it? Are altricial. So they're not fully developed when they're born. They're underdeveloped. They've got closed eyes, no fur, and the inability to sort of regulate their own temperature. So there's lots of differences. Okay, we're going to sit here just a little bit longer watching our impala.
Guiding as an industry has become, over time more and more professional and more recognized as a profession rather than just a hobby. And so to be recognized for that professionality is really kind of it's humbling, really, to be able to say that. It's definitely birding is the thing that I feel most comfortable with in terms of categories that we have here. At least comfortable. I mean, you never know how you're going to shoot on a particular day. You can have a good day where you blast everything as you need to, in terms of the targets, and then you can have a shocker where you just, miss a single shot here or there, and that's basically the end of your day. To be considered for such an experience is really a powerful thing, and so I'm here just to have a lot of fun and experience what the competition's all about.
It just pretended to be dead. Oh, that was amazing. I can't. How do I? It's like that is hands down the coolest.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
We're still in the same spot. And despite the gremlins, it really has been a good drive, which leaves lots of promise for tomorrow, of course. Sunrise safaris are definitely my favorite. I like the fact that they're 3 hours. And I love the fact that you've got to piece together what happened at night. You've got to smell and look and listen and look for tracks and try and figure out, okay, the Nkohumas were there. Where could they have moved? Where would they have moved? Were they hunting? Do they need water? I mean, that's just an example, but it's like a jigsaw puzzle in the morning. And I love that element. That elephant sighting was really precious today. I don't even know if they popped out on the dam cam. I'm sure they did, but obviously I went down south to try and look for the lion pride. And as you all know, we don't get to see the nkuhumas that often anymore. Elliot, you're asking why are baby hyenas born with dark fur? And you're right about that. It takes a while for their spots to develop. And I believe it's for camouflage. And I believe that it just keeps them hidden and darker. They just blend in better, if you like. I mean, they spend a lot of their life in the mound and in a termite mound, so they just need to sort of blend into the background. The ground is dark, the mud is dark, the den is dark, the entrance is dark, the soil's dark. So I just think that they just blend in when they're young, because naturally they are born a little bit more precocial than the felids, the cats, for example, and even wild dogs, but they are still technically altricial, and they need to be stashed away in dens and be protected by mum for quite a prolonged period of time. So it takes on average around 3 months before you start to see the development or spots, but some cubs do start to lighten and you see their spots earlier than others. But I believe that's why. The spots are always there. That spot pattern is always there, is unique to every single individual, but you don't see it until the rest of the fur starts to lighten. And that normally happens, give or take, 3 months. So even although all our gremlin issues, we made it through, and naturally it has come to that time of night where from Djuma's side we must say goodbye. So from all 4 of us, thank you all for jumping on board. It's been an absolute pleasure, and it always is a pleasure to have you on board. So please do jump on board with us tomorrow. Get ready with all your wonderful questions, and until then, have a fantastic night.